Check 1, 2. Are we even there? We're gonna find out if if this holds or not. Turn that off. Get this started. Check 1, 2. Financial usage. Financial sludge. Terror. I gotta speed up the intro. I got so much crap I gotta do in the background. I can't. What else we got? Calendar there. I gotta reformat this show so that it's not as doesn't take as long. All right. We got no. All right. Save. What else we got going on here? Good morning. How's everybody doing out there? We're going to get right into it. How y'all doing out there? So, good opening this morning and then immediately sells off on the bell. Yesterday, I talked to you about... Good morning, all of you out there. Hold on a second. I got some weirdness I got going on here. Close or make that smaller. Put that right there. So let's talk about a few things that are actually stopped what I was doing because I'm like, we need to probably talk about this. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about this because some of you have the tool, and if you have the tool, you're probably thinking to yourself, this should hold. And yesterday in the stream, give me a couple seconds. I got a couple things I got to do here. I'm getting ahead of myself. So good morning. How's everybody doing out there? Good to see you all. This is an important part of the tool and usage of it. We're going to chat about it right now. Hold on here. Because I get caught in this myself sometimes. So there's a couple lessons here. We're going to talk about those right now, too. So give me one quick second. And I guess what you want to take away from it would be, in yesterday's video, I said to you, there's not much to do here. I think I said something like this. There's not much. I think I posted this on Twitter yesterday where I said, there's not much to do here. You should sit on your hands and be patient. Now we had good news, or market reacted positively to the economic news that came out this morning. Even with that, members only, save that. Hold on, I got to head over and make sure that I do the members only for Twitch as well. See what I got here. Chat settings. What do I got going? I got some weirdness going on with chat this morning. Got some weird stuff going on with Twitch this morning. Failed to load. Just this morning. Failed to load. Just this morning. I'm going to turn that off. Okay. So, subscribers only chat. Boom. That's done. Okay. So, we got to talk about... I got to stretch my neck out. Okay, so I'm doing all this like football stuff with my youngest my youngest daughter, and I'm not feeling it. It's hurting me. So yesterday I said, have some patience. Sit back. There's no trade for you. Now, some of you today would say, well, I could have traded that economic news. And in 2020 hindsight, I would have sold the open and the bell and been out. Now, that's one reason I sell the open. Not one, but I do sell the open on 0 dates overnight. So if any of you did that and made some money, congratulations. Only if they're burning and only if my calls or puts are burning in the overnight will I hold them past the opening bell. So I guess if you did that, congratulations. Now, saying that, there's kind of a classic setup here. If you look at the bottom of your chart, this is a classic bull trap. And how you can look for them is the failure to launch. So you'll get that pullback here. You'll get some kind of a new high right here, but a failure to get this new high right here. So the idea here would be that let me go to the Weeble chart on full screen. The idea here would be that you would go all the way up here, right? And this is an important delineation. You see this one right here? You should have seen price go straight up, catch close to a new high or even a new high. And then if you had your pullback, you'd be off and running like right there. But this is something that I want you to see. When you do not see buyers following through right here, have caution. See the failure to launch right here. You have another failure to launch right here. And the idea here would be that we'd at least come back and pull back.
And according to the alert hat, alerts warning against hostile aircraft found in Haifa City and nearby towns.
Oh, that's really fucking loud. Turn that shit down. So you've got this going on here, right? But there's some other stuff going on as well. If you look at the trigger screen, we still have no cross of the hourly trigger over the daily trigger. And so that's some cause for concern. No cross yet on SPX of the hourly trigger over the daily trigger. So dude, what is going on with this financial juice today? You might have to go out the door, dude. You are so fucking loud today. So watching this green line cross this orange line, but not crossed this yellow line yet. We're kind of weak here. There's a half-hour trigger that could help hold SPX, but it would not shock me to see us come back down here and bounce check this weekly trigger on SPX. So that's cause for concern. Now, if we look at ES, price is parked on the daily trigger right now, and it's below the hourly trigger. So this is cause for concern as well, right? I don't like seeing that. And then on SPY, we have the cross happening right now on SPOOs specifically, but we're still not there. And technically, we have not back-checked the daily trigger. We have not back-tested the daily trigger. We have not back-tested the hourly trigger cross that's happening right here. So kind of a mixed bag right now. Makes me wary. I always like them all to cross at the same time. Another thing to think about here too is The triggers to me and velocity do not work nearly as well as they do on single tickers, as they do, or they don't work nearly as well on indexes as they do on single tickers, because I have to look at all three. I have to check ES, SPX, and SPY and find out if they're kind of jamming at the same time, right? Do we have do SPX and SPY kind of jamming at the same time? Do we have ES? And I'll trade ES outside of normal market hours, but in regular market hours, I always check SPX and SPY against these triggers to see what's going on in the background. So for right now, I have some concerns with no cross on the hourly trigger, and this is the ES chart right here. This bookmap chart is the ES chart. So we have not had a cross yet on SPX. That's a concern. And we have not had a cross of the HT above the daily trigger on SPX yet. So I have a feeling here that SPX is going to cross below. So here's SPOOs right now. Check this weekly, 429.46. So it would not shock me to see some kind of breakdown here. And that swoop down and up. I think I charted this for you yesterday and showed you to expect that weakness and then a dip buy of some kind down here for you as a bull. So that's what I'm looking for. Now, so I'm looking to buy that kind of a dip down here. Now, if we bounce here, if we end up bouncing on this daily and hourly trigger, and this hourly comes back up, if we on SPX, if the hourly just keeps swooping up and we just park it here, start grinding, and then the SPX hourly trigger comes up and we blast off, and I'm fine with that too. Fine, if that's how it unfolds, that's how it unfolds. So for right now, no dip buy. I would be very wary of buying this dip down here or attempting to buy this, unless you see the corresponding price action. So on the top right-hand side here, you'd be looking for, let's bring this over. You'd be looking for, let me see if I can make this exact. For you to take a dip buy, be looking for the blood bounce right here. And you're looking for this kind of a turnaround here. So you'd wait for this bloodbath down here, right? You're like, whoop, we go way down, right? We bounce back up. Still not in calls. Come back down, retest that 1 in 5 crossover to the upside. You know about this here being your support. And then you could take this trade long right here. So until that happens, till you see that cross, like that hold, and then the bounce up, and the crossover, you still don't have a trade here. So let's look at it on Webull down here. So you're in a Webull chart at home, you'd be looking for something like this. You want to see that bounce right here, right? You'd want to see price come up. You know, some of you are all like, fuck that cap, I'm buying all this. This price should come right about there. Or that's what you'd want to see, right? This bounce back down, and then this roll right here. And this is where we pick the trade up right in here somewhere. Does that make sense? So this is what you're looking for right now. if you don't see this begin to happen or start to happen or this bounce come off, I guess some of you want to trade this. I know some of you are going to be like, hell yeah, Cap, there's a bunch of money in there to grab. So if this is what you want to do, you're more than welcome to do it. What I'm looking for is this bounce, come up, and then a resumption of price, and I'll take that trade right there. That's for me. Now for you, you might be buying this. I know that some of you out there are going to want to buy this. Matter of fact, this hourly trigger is above right now. It's up here. We have the cross on SPY. And you see that nice big squeezing bar right there? So you can put it on a 1 minute here. Let's look at SPX really quick. Let's go back to SPX. I know you're all bullish. SPX parking itself right now on the daily trigger, just bouncing around, just waiting for this half-hour trigger to come up, waiting for this hourly trigger to come up. So still no trade for me. No, I've got some allergies from the fall. So my nose is all stuffed up. I don't know if you can hear it. Said I've got the helium voice because of my my allergies, but that's it. Thanks for asking, by the way. These aren't allergies. There's something wrong with the okay, hold on, let me take a look at my here, hang tight, I'll bring a let me check my check 1 2. How does that sound? Does that sound better? The audio is on Martian. Oh, I sound like a chipmunk? So Twitch this morning was acting really weird. It had like all kinds of weird like non-responses. Twitch wasn't working when I tried to log in this morning. And I was having issues yesterday too with streaming. Am I still a chipmunk? God damn it. All right, I'll let me turn it off and turn it back. Let me I'm gonna turn the stream off and come right back here in just a second. So hold on. I'm gonna try just be like it'll be like 30 seconds, and I'll turn the stream back on again. I'm gonna turn it off. I'm having weird like past 2 days. I've had trouble streaming, so give me a second here, and I'll reset it all. So NerdRX is saying refresh Twitch and it works
at 12 p.m. Eastern time. We get
Twitch
the
was giving me issues this morning.
Report.
I don't have to. You have to. Okay, I'll leave it on. So if you're watching on Twitch, please refresh Twitch. This morning when I tried to get online, Twitch was giving me major issues. Like the back end of Twitch was giving me some major issues this morning. So maybe Twitch is updating or down or semi-down and you just don't know it or something. I just changed my voice on my voice mixer too. Let me change it back and see if this makes a difference. Let's try this one right here. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Mic check. Talking sweet nothings. Yeah, set that default. Oh, yeah. Do you guys want the sweet, soft sounds of Captain Jim James in the morning? Smooth and silky. Catching that bounce, though, down here. Look at that bounce. Are you guys buying this? I guess that's the next big question. Are you going to buy this dip here? I can't blame you if you do. I can't blame you if you buy this dip down here. I would. The one thing that I would say to you would be if you buy this dip down here, your stops are down here, okay? That would be one thing to take away, I guess. You're going to buy this dip right here. That you just have stops below the hourly trigger down here. So can't say don't buy a dip here. It's not a bad idea to buy a dip down here. It's not a nice little, look at that nice little bull plane down here. I can't blame you for wanting to buy that. It's pretty much a classic setup, right? Hourly trigger crossing the daily trigger. Buy this thing for a face ripper up here. Whoop, pull back over here. There's your cross right there. You're off and running. Yeah, I can't say, let me take a look and see if we can take this trade. Hold on. I might be missing it. Hold on a second here. It's not waiting for me, though. What the fuck are they asking for? Oh, we're gonna try to take this trade. So hold on here. What I'm looking for is initial squeeze up. Come back down, test this cross right here. Get that one right there. Right there. Something like that right there. Have a reversal taking place right now on SPY with the 1 and 5 minute triggers. Somewhere in there. I'm long 436C. There might be more pullbacks. If you watch the lower screen, you could see like tick, tick, tick. And then that right there. We'll see if this holds here.
At 12 p.m.
Did I hear
Eastern
the
time, we
recent
expect the
news?
EIA STO report.
Dude, why is this so fucking loud? It's got to be on my end. It's got to be loud on my end. Turn that thing down. Which recent news about Israel are you asking about? Which recent news are you asking about on Israel? Paragliders and or drones entering northern Israel from Lebanon. Yeah, I thought I read that news. Is it something different? I thought that was the norm. Let me check right now. Hold on a second. I'll check right now. We have to talk about that this morning, too. We're going to chat about Ian Trades just asked about new news about paragliders, drones entering from northern Israel into Lebanon. So I have not seen that news. I'll look for it right now. Give me a quick second. But we need to talk about Israel, Lebanon, Hamas. So when I was so there's a couple things here you need to know. So I was in the military, right? I'm getting trapped in here right now, so I'm going to have to watch this while I chat. If we come back up here, we're going to get a reversal to the downside, so I'm going to have to get out of this in just a moment. So, when I was in the Army, I was in during 9/11, and I was in what was called an AGR soldier. So I was a active duty guard reserve soldier at that time when it happened. And the morning of 9/11, I slept in. It was that, what James Rowland yesterday reminded me a lot of my experience during 9/11. So I was stationed just outside of an airport the morning of 9/11. And that morning I slept in, and I had a digital alarm clock with an alarm on it. So I was sleeping in that morning. I didn't really have to be at work in the Army at that time of the morning, but my alarm goes off early. I was living on the beach. My alarm goes off, and I could hear the news reports of the initial what they thought at that time, or excuse me, at that time they just knew that something had crashed into one of the World Trade Centers. So the first plane had hit. The news reports were on the radio. I think it was just the first one. It could have been the second one that actually woke me up. It's like the alarm had gone off with some reports going on the radio alarm clock. By the time the second one had hit, that's when the news radio started to go crazy. And I got a phone call. I'm like lying down with my now wife, believe it or not. My wife right now, I just started dating her, and she was with me. So the alarm radio alarm clock started saying bad shit at some point. And the moment that second plane hit...
1 minute remaining.
Dude, that is still loud as fuck. The moment that second plane hit, I knew something was up. So I remember calling in. Either they called me or I called them. But I remember the conversation was... get here as fast as you can. Get here as fast as you can. The conversation was dangerous, too. It was... I remember my CO was... I was friends with him. So I was AGR. So when you're AGR, you're kind of more friendly with NCOs and officers, and more friendly than you normally might be, because we see each other every day. It's a small group of people. And then you've got reservists that come in once a month, a few weeks a year. So you're a very small, close, knit group of people. And you got to remember, I'm in the reserves as an AGR, as an active duty guard reservist. So I kind of have some insight on this stuff. So anyways, the point I'm trying to make here is, well, I'm gonna get caught in this. So the point I'm trying to make in this is that that morning I get told, come in right now, like get your ass here right now to the battery. So I get dressed in my BDUs. I get inside my vehicle. I start to head back to this battery that's outside of an airport, and I'll never forget it because up until that point, nobody gave a fuck if you were a veteran. Nobody gave a fuck if you served. Nobody gave a fuck if you had been deployed. Nobody cared about anything. No one paid you a moment, a minute. There was no Walmart warriors out there. There was no like extreme patriotism in the United States. There was none of that stuff. Zero, like literally zero. So that morning, I'm heading it. Well, first off, when I'm on the phone, my commanding officer, my CO, said to me, I was like, "What's going on?" And he's like, "We don't know." They thought that it was or he did tell me over the phone that he thought that the 9/11 attacks were probably, fuck. Hold on a second. I'm going to sell out of this. These goddamn bears, dude. 1 second here. All right, I feel safer now. I've got a bunch of puts now. Got 432s. So you're watching a rug pull right now. So hold on here. Nice big fat rug pull coming up. So I'm sitting in or I'm talking on the phone with my CO, and they thought it wasn't a Trojan horse. They thought it was a false flag. And he was like, we think it might be a false flag where you got terrorists that strike the towers during 9/11, and that we would be postured for more terrorist attacks. But in reality, it was probably Russia or China, and that we could see more attacks in the form of cruise missiles. So I remember calling my mom and dad on the phone on the way to this battery and telling my parents that morning, "You're not seeing this on the news. I want you to go down to the basement for the rest of today." People that I knew in the military were afraid that we'd be focused on terrorists and cruise missiles would come in and start to hit large soft targets across the United States. So that's a true story. I called my parents that morning, said goodbye to them, believe it or not, and was very afraid. I was very afraid mostly because there's nothing you can do in those situations. If cruise missiles come for you, you're not going to be able to do anything. You've got no way to defend yourself. There's nothing that you can do. There's nothing here that you can do in those situations. You just wait for them and hope they don't come, right? And prepare as best you can for them. So I drive in. I stop at a gas station to get gas and cigarettes. I was smoking at that point in my life. So I go in to grab cigarettes and some gas. I open the door. I grabbed a coffee. I ordered a package of cigarettes and ordered, I think, $20 for gas or something. The shocking thing was someone opened the door for me. There was a crowd of people inside this gas station convenience store. They opened the door for me. As I went to pay for my shit, an old man paid for it for me. And that's when I got really scared. That's when I was like, oh, shit. If some old guys, or like some old woman opened the door for me, and then some old guy paid for my shit. And I'd never had anything like that happen to me in my life. And I'd been in the Army for years at that point.
So
in and out of the Army. I had been in full or active duty then.
In the meantime, we're now 10 minutes away, so we expect comments from Fed's Bostic as well. So Atlanta Fed President Bostic speaks about the economic conditions at the Metro Atlanta Chambers ATL Leaders Lunch. And no text is expected, but there will be a Q&A with the audience. So again, Fed's Bostic, due to speak in just under 10 minutes time now, no text expected.
So I'm in some puts right now. Hold on, I got to make the money back that I lost on my calls. I'm only up 2 pennies right now. So the point here is that
this stream is sponsored by
that like triggered the second layer of scared. I was like, oh fuck. I was like, all these old people think that something bad's gonna come from this, right? So I'm scared right now, and we're going down right now to test the hourly trigger and the daily trigger here in just a moment. Probably need to bring those down just a little tiny bit. And they paid for my shit. So I go outside, get inside my car, I drive into the battery, and as I pull up, some other soldiers are pulling in. And I get inside, And they're like, Sergeant James, get some. That's funny too, because they issued me some old school TA-50 crap, like some Alice strap Vietnam era stuff. They gave me a radio from Vietnam, like a giant fucking radio from Vietnam. I shit you not. These things carry like old school battery packs. It was really wild. They issued me loaded weapons, sidearm and a M4, right? So, and then they had me round up a squad of soldiers that were there, whoever was available, and we started driving deuce and a halves and parking them at all the entrances to, well, the entrance to our battery and then entrances around the airport outside. And we started to park these deuce and a halves. I forget what it's called anymore, but it was stacked like one on top of the other. And it's a barricade. So you're a checkpoint, you turn it into a checkpoint, and a barricade that you have to drive through, weave in and out of this barricade. And then I assigned some soldiers to the front of this barricade, the back of this barricade, and then some military police showed up at some point, and they brought stuff to search vehicles, mirrors and stuff like that. And the U.S. got really quiet. That was my initial experience with 9/11. That was the initial experience. Now, as the day progressed, a bunch of old sergeant majors came into this battery, a bunch of old timers. Some of these guys, I think, were Vietnam veterans still. Maybe we're still Vietnam veterans. I can't remember at that time if there were still some in. I don't think so, because my first time in the Army, we still had a Vietnam veteran. Believe it or not, we still had I was in field artillery when I was younger, and we still had some Vietnam veterans at that time. But I can't remember. But these guys were like old master sergeants. They had like fucking bars up the side of their sleeves, and they had been in for like 30 fucking years in the Army, straight up like 30 years in the Army. So maybe that wasn't Vietnam, but these guys were in there for fucking ever. But they rolled in like it was nobody's fucking business. And they're like, you want to go to New York with us? And I'm like, you goddamn right I do, right? No, I'm not religious or anything, but so it's like a GAWT. But I was like, goddamn right, I want to fucking kill people. Like, let's do this. So we fucking rolled into New York City. Within 12 hours or so, I was out of there and in New York City. But the key point behind this conversation I'm having with you is it took time to recall people. And recalls happened. My aunt was an Apache helicopter pilot many years before. And she was in her 40s, I think, at that time. Mid-40s. They called her back. They called anyone back into the Army that had any kind of experience doing like things that take time to learn, right? So if you had an MOS that might take you months and months and months, if not years, to learn, you got to call back. You got called back into the Army at that time. And what I want to express to you here is, what I'm trying to lead up to here is, God damn it, dude. Not paying attention here. I got to pay attention.
The release of the EIA's short-term energy outlook report, but just now 5 minutes away from
maybe I'm going to stop
Atlanta
trading
Fed
here
President
for a minute.
Bostic,
Hold on a second here.
speaking about economic conditions at the Metro Atlanta Chambers AT Leaders Lunch. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A with the audience.
So, as my point here is that as you mobilize, right, you have different kinds of soldiers. This airmen, soldiers, Navy, doesn't matter. And I was talking to someone on Monday, I believe Binky, about or why was there such an intelligence failure? Why was there such a failure along the border between Gaza and Israel? And when you build a border, there's a couple different ways to build them. Now, one of the big ways to build them is your experience with the Berlin Wall or the DMZ in North and South Korea, where you have heavy defenses. You have they're heavily manned. mine the fuck out of everything. You destroy all the foliage. You literally bulldoze out, in the case of Korea, for fields of fire. It's really wild. And the same thing with Berlin Wall. You heavily fortify. You man those that border heavily, and you have choke points with checkpoints for people to come through. And this border with Gaza was not built like that. That border in Gaza reminded me a lot of Iraq. It reminded me so much of Iraq. It reminded me of like all that coin shit. Like, instead of having a divisional leadership telling you what you can and can't do, and divisional logistics, you have brigade or battalion level ability to fast react to insurgencies and stuff like that. So the border between Gaza and the rest of Israel, to me, reminded me of Iraq. You've got a simple barrier, barbed wire fencing, wooden posts. You funnel people down a road from Gaza and Israel. You're funneling people between the entrances and exits into Israel and Gaza, and you have there's all this buffer land, right? You set up checkpoints, LPs, OPs, and then way back behind all that shit, you've got a base of some kind of FO with maybe, like a garrison of a battalion or two, one battalion cycling in, one battalion cycling out. And you have fast teams that will react to anybody fucking around, is the easy way to say it. So if you get a report from sensors, or if you get a report from a checkpoint that's being overrun, or an OP that's being overrun, you can react to that from that operating base in the background, right? So you can send a battalion if you want, half a battalion. You can send some platoons and go and react to these flashpoints, right? Rather than manning the wall or mining everything. So all that looked normal to me, even though people were like claiming that it was a big failure. I was like, that doesn't look like a failure to me. Looks like it worked exactly how it's supposed to work. You have insurgents.
Interest rates are appropriate to get inflation to 2% in the second half of 2025, but the door on rate hikes can't be closed. Says early entry reinvestments in PEPP should be discussed. Talks on higher mandatory reserve requirements for banks are also appropriate, and speaks on Italy's Italian spread rise, not unwarranted and not worrisome. To get into some comments from ECB's Kazakhs there. Keep in mind, we're just under a minute's time now to expecting comments from Fed's Waller as well. Excuse me.
Now, even if you're to make the comment, well, the intelligence didn't work, or nobody knew it was going to happen, all that kind of stuff, it really doesn't matter. What really matters is that they knew. Let's see here, S1. Here's S1 to the downside. We've got the reversal to the downside. We've got the bear cross above here. Testing the hourly and trigger and the daily trigger. Target to the downside, 432. 32. So, and that's similar to what we still do in this country. That what happened this past weekend in Israel and Gaza is very similar to what we do as a country. Even to this day, to some extent, where we're trying to shift from this into this like big war kind of a posture, but even our country's defenses, and on 9/11 they were very similar too. We had jets that were unarmed. We've got like jets flying around, but we don't have armaments. You're just waiting for something to happen, and then you call in reinforcements. So, watching Israel right now. They have active duty soldiers, right? And they're your first reaction team or teams to what took place this weekend. And as you begin to mobilize, your troops, it takes time to mobilize. So that mobilization takes time. You first put the call out, right? You call your people up, or they find out on their own. They call in, they get called back up, or they ask for volunteers, whatever that may be. And those inactive ready reservists and ready reservists, even reservists, they have to like show up. You usually give them about 24 hours to 72 hours for that call up to take place, and to begin travel. So let's say you get an email or you get a phone call or something like that. You get a text message today. In today's military, it's usually an email. You'll get orders. You have to respond to those orders, and then you respond also with the travel that you're given or you're taking to get to where you need to be, and you give them an ETA of when you're going to arrive. You show up into this hold under type of a thing, right? You show up to wherever you're being assigned, and there's a bunch of sergeants there, and they assign you to a training battalion of some kind, or some kind of a replacement battalion. And if you need training, you have to get that training. If you just IRR and you haven't trained, they're going to give you a medical evaluation. There's all kinds of shit they got to do for you to get to a unit, is my point. Now, you've got your active duty soldiers, right? And they're going to try to stem the tide as you call up your forces in the reserves, whatever reserve component that is. And the initial reservists that come in will replace or replenish or bring active duty units up to fighting strength. So you might have an active duty unit that is at 70% or 50% effectiveness. Then if they're below 70%, typically they won't go to they won't fight. So you bring replacements in to get them to an effective force, like 70% effectiveness or higher. And then you have all these other reservists that have to and probably have to be trained and all that kind of stuff. So you have all this mechanics in the background that are working, and that takes time as well. Meanwhile, you and I, what we're watching bombings of Gaza. It's slow, right? And you're watching some news of tip of the spear type shit. You'll see like special forces. You'll see some regular army, Air Force, Navy, whatever that is, trying to stem the fighting from Hamas or even Hezbollah, whoever else is involved, as they begin to build up these forces in the background and get these forces ready to rock. So that takes time, is my point. It could take 2 weeks minimum to be an effective fighting force that you're looking for. It could even be longer, believe it or not, than 2 weeks. You've got to plan, you got to train, you have to get all these units ready to go.
So Fed's Bostic here now says, need to do all we can to get inflation to 2%. So again, Fed's Bostic now speaking at that event in Atlanta.
So even right now in whatever's happening in Israel and Gaza and with Iran, or like this being flown over, that being flown over, I need you to know that to get their military up and ready to go usually takes some period of time. You have the first actions that take place over a period of days. You have about 2 weeks where you start getting your units ready to rock, and then you've got another length of time after that, sometimes where it takes even longer to get some of your combat and reserve units to come to the line. So you're talking about looking at all of your reserve units, finding out who's at 70% readiness. You immediately deploy those people to your front lines to free up your active duty soldiers to bring the fight to the enemy. Now that takes what, a week, 2 weeks, about a week for that stuff for the reservists that are ready to go, and then another week or two to bring the rest of those reservists online to be effective in combat with replacements. And then you got to pull back all your active duty guys, and then you plan for them to make the next attack or the next wave or the next attack scenario that they're going to plan. So this all happened last week, right? Over the weekend. This could take 2-3 weeks at minimum for the real war to begin. Now, I'm bringing this up to you for a big reason here. We're going to talk about what was said. I'm going to read something that was said to me or was written to me a few days here ago, and I want to talk to you about it here. See if I can bring this up for you to read. Give me one quick second here.
So Fed's Bostic says there are a lot of signs that the economy is starting to slow.
Try to find this this article for you here. So this is from a morning brief I'm reading here that says, over in the U.S., SPX futures are largely unchanged amidst rising bond yields. Three thoughts. This is the thought that I want to read to you, is that markets want to climb the wall of geopolitical worry. Per Goldman Sachs, this is from last night, quote, because it will take time for escalation potential to play out, stocks grinded higher, and we expect this trend to continue. Escalation is not a question of it, but when. As mobilization in Israel is still underway and the big ground offensive into Gaza has not started yet. Also, Hezbollah in the north is still holding still.
Sign that we need to do more.
So the idea here would be that the markets can react to further escalation in Israel and Gaza, and the U.S. stock market likely will react to further escalation as time passes. The U.S. stock market, as of right now, leave that down here. I'm going to see if I should close these or not. Now, this was as of yesterday. The U.S. stock market is going to continue on its path until that escalation begins. So I don't think we've seen that escalation at this point. I don't think you or I or anyone else has seen that escalation. And unless you see something major come out of Hezbollah or Hamas or not the West Bank, but Gaza, unless you see Iran officially get involved or something like major, some major event out of that part of the Middle East, I think that hasn't come yet, is my point. And I don't think it's going to come for, you figure this started last weekend, or this past weekend. So the next 2 weeks, it could take upwards of this upcoming weekend or even the following weekend. And the idea here would be that you would see markets hold to the upside until that happens. So I don't know if those ultralights or gliders or homemade rockets or homemade helicopters, whatever it is they're launching right now, I don't know that is going to be the catalyst that we're looking for.
And so dollar extending gains now. It's found its way in the green.
The catalyst that we're looking for that crash scenario from what's going on in Israel, I don't think that would be it just yet. So you want to see like real bad shit going on, or you want to see the mobilization take a turn to where Israelis can or Israelis start that counteroffensive. On here. There we go. See this grinding right now. still in puts here. Bring that over there. It sounds like the Warhawks want to drag Iran into this. It would be like a, I haven't said this publicly either, so someone else was out there was asking me what my thoughts were on what potential there is here. And my point was there is, if I had to guess here, in the background, if I had to guess, the way to win this thing is you sign the deal with Saudi Arabia.
Wages are following inflation, not leading it.
You sign the deal with Saudi Arabia. You drag Gaza and Hamas into this. You drag Iran into this as much as you can, and then you turn on them. You turn on them, and then you drag you take all of the Palestinians that are willing to leave Gaza, and you process those people through refugee camps, and you relocate them. You relocate them in nations that can be pressured into taking them, possibly even including the West Bank. And you leave behind older people. Basically, this is horrible to say, but basically what you end up doing is you need to re-educate and give some money to, believe it or not. Yeah, like, I don't know if it's called re-education, but more educating younger people, so they have their own agency. And it looks like they called it it's going to be a siege, right? So and then you proceed to level and go in and dismantle Hamas as an organization, and likely you would want Hamas to be dismantled in Lebanon as well, and dispersed. You disperse all of these people, and you get them away from that abject poverty, and you send them to fucking school of all. This sounds insane to say, but you send them to school, and you give them an education that is not just provided by people that want you to be a human shield of some kind, right, or to give up your life for a cause. We've seen that happen. We've seen that happen in previous generations and other conflicts as well. So I think that does happen over time. I think that is a likely scenario in the coming weeks. And when that does happen, it likely won't be good for the U.S. equity market, is my point. Is that right now, though? No. Is it going to be some time? Yes. So if you're looking for that, I guess, if you're looking for that impact of the war, it's likely not today. It's likely in the coming weeks. And until that takes place or begins, that machine starts to roll itself out, I wouldn't be looking for that market crash scenario that you're looking for it as of yet. Personally, hold on one second. I got to check something. Check SPX really quick. See if we're catching that bounce yet. Here's the half-hour trigger bounce right here on SPX, so you can see it here. We got SPY down below. We get the bounce on SPX, but I still think due to that hourly trigger not crossing the daily, we could still be looking for more downside to come here. So right down in there, keep your eyes on SPX if you got this tool at home, and see if they get that rejection down there to 429.16 on SPX. I'm going to leave SPX up right here. Even though I'm trading SPY, I want to see if there's a rejection above here. Yeah, I don't think they have a choice anymore. I'll be honest with you. I don't think they want to be removed thing. I got to be honest. No, I'm not picking sides here or anything in any way, shape, or form. This isn't like, hey, this is what Captain wants to happen or anything like that. It's not a choice. It's not from I think from Israel's perspective and likely Saudi Arabia and a lot of Arab nations. I don't think it's going to be like that. You see, Qatar as well is trying to normalize right now. I think they may get involved as well. There might be some kind of a backdoor solution they're trying to come up with. Now, that doesn't mean like that's what I want to see happen in any way, shape, or form, but that is how you do it. You remove militants, you remove older people, you find out who they are, and then you take the young people and women, children, young people, non-combatants, older people, and you separate them from militants, basically people that are militants. That's how it's done. So they did shit like that in Iraq too. I don't know. I don't know what to say on that, but that's likely the solution that they're thinking about. Yeah, no, that's not true. You've got Palestinians. I got to tell you that there's a large Palestinian population within the West Bank. There's a large Palestinian population in many other nations, including the U.S. There are Palestinians that live in the U.S. You may not know that or believe that, but that's the case. There's Palestinians that live in Europe. There's Palestinians that live all over the world. And this to me looks like that last moments where they're like, you know what? The worst we're going to fucking do is we're going to disperse all of these people. And that's what it looks like.
Seeing comments from ECB.
If I'm proven wrong, that's fine.
ECB won't be able to declare victory
that's what it looks
before
like.
2024. Says if the outlook holds, no more rate hikes are needed. Italy bond spreads not widening significantly, and liquidity sterilization could be a useful tool. Vucic also says the economy is facing stagnation rather than recession. So again, ECB's Vucic there. They're just making some comments on the wires.
I'm going to turn this shit off because this guy's useless right now. So this right here is what I'm looking for. I want to see if there's rejection or not on SPX. I'm looking to see if this squeezes up and over. Close puts. If it rejects and continues to head to the downside, stay long puts here. Yeah, you can say that. You could, no, I'm not in disagreement with that statement either. Like, you'll never, someone made a comment in the chat about something about, like, you'll never be able to do that, or it'll never work, or there'll always be anger for no Palestinian state. This has been going on for thousands of years. I'll tell you what, we have some examples of it working. We have an example of it working in Europe. For Germany, we have an example of it working in Japan in World War II. So you can actually bomb people into nothing. You can actually disperse people or re-educate people. It is possible. How you get there is not pretty, right? It's not something you ever want to see either, right? How that happens. If you don't think there are examples of it happening, we've got two examples of how it happens. We got two great ones. We actually have other examples. You can even just bring up Rome. Rome has many examples of it happening as well. So, can it happen? Yes. Are those the examples that Israelis are likely looking at? Probably. If you want to see examples of where it has worked, they got them, right? There are examples historically of how that happens. And right now, the other key point was Biden yesterday. Usually, Biden will say things, not just Biden, but U.S. presidents will, in their commentary, will mention using restraints where they can, and we did not hear that from Biden yesterday. Yesterday I went through that speech, and we didn't do it on the show, but I did go through it afterwards, and he didn't mention showing restraint. So I wonder if there's more mechanics here in the background with Saudi Arabia, with Qatar. There's like that other component to this, what seems publicly to be said to us. You know, it's making me think that there's more going on in the mechanics of the background. You need the military to spin up, and then you've got negotiations going on. You likely have some negotiations going on with, this is going to shock you, Egypt. So right now we spend, I don't know how many billions it is. It could be $1.5 billion on Egypt every year for Palestinians. You guys know that? You might not. Some of you might know it. Some of you might not know it. But we spend billions with Egypt. We give Egypt aid every year. So, you know, you meet with these countries and you offer them more money. And you say, will you take some of these refugees in? If we give you more money, we'll take some of these over here. We'll take some of those over there. We'll put some of these over here. We got the West Bank that'll take some. We got the U.S. that'll take some. We got some European nations that'll take some. You guys have to take some. We'll even give you money to take them. I'm down a penny right now in puts. After all that drama right there, not a goddamn thing. That whole move down, not a goddamn. I'm actually down right now. So, I don't know what to say on this with on your question about like those little planes coming over and new bombing and stuff like that. It looks like Goldman Sachs is on the same thesis or similar thesis. Goldman Sachs is saying, you know, we've got that threat coming, but it's not here yet. It's going to probably take weeks to unfold. To whatever that threat is going to be, or whatever the escalation is going to become. So I'd have like a holding pattern over the weekend. Revisit it into Monday, and then I would look at it again in the following week. Yeah, I think it was Turkey McNugget that said that Israel-Palestinian conflict is like a fundamental flaw in human programming. It will never be solved. Palestinians will never give up on the idea of a Palestinian state, and Israel will never allow it. I agree. Those statements are all valid to some extent, but the fact that they won't attempt to do it, I think they're at the point where they're going to attempt to do it. I think they're at the point where they're going to try to disperse all of these people around the world. That's what it looks like to me. Down a penny right now, looking for a pullback. I don't know if I'm going to get it here. Down 2 pennies right now. Half-hour trigger still holding up the market here on SPX. That chart that you're looking at the top right is SPX, not SPY. Looks like that half-hour trigger is buying time for the hourly trigger to come up to the daily trigger. Down a penny right now. Trying to close this trade without losing the penny, but selling 432 Ps for a penny loss. I thought I might be able to get another penny in here, but to be flat, but I'm not. So flat right now, no trade. Took some calls earlier, didn't pan out for me. Took some puts, they were up decently. But I was looking for the rejection and roll to the downside for some protection. Didn't happen, so I'm flat right now. No trade for me right now. No, I'm comparing most recent history, but we have other examples. We have, I mean, we've got modern history examples of the ability to do this. But you know, if you look back in antiquity and other time periods. We have other examples of smashing cultures, right? It's pretty brutal. We have another one. You want to know another one? Yeah, we got another one. I got one closer to home for you. Native Americans. There's an example right there. How about Native Americans? We've done that to them too, right? Our own country has done that to Native Americans. We're not giving the United States back to Native Americans, are we? And we have routed their culture, their people. That's brutal what we've done to Native Americans, but we have examples of it. Yeah, Janet Yellen. Every time she speaks, I can't take her seriously. I can't. I can't take her, especially in her newest role that she has. I can't take her seriously. As a matter of fact, when she comes out, I'm like, go away. Don't do this. Is not the time for you to be talking. SPX just parked right now on the daily trigger. Half-hour trigger holding up the market right now, waiting on the hourly trigger to finally come above and do a cross on SPX. So far, nothing going on. Just a matter of time here for the hourly trigger to come up. Oh, donate button on Twitch? I don't know if there's a donate button on Twitch. I appreciate you asking. Hold on a second here. I will post one right now. I don't get too many donations, so I appreciate that. I should ask for donations more. There's a donate button. I should probably be more I should probably ask more frequently, but I don't. Here, I'll put a donate button up for you. Tight here. If you want to support the stream, this is the best way to support the stream. That's the most direct way. Most ways that you support these kind of things, you got like hands out. Like YouTube's like, I need a cut. Streamlabs is like, I need a cut. Twitter's like, I need a cut. Everybody needs a cut. They're like, I need a cut. I need a cut. I need a cut. And then you're like, and then the government, of course, wants their cut. They want their taxes. So by the time you get your cut, it's like pennies. So the easiest way to support the stream is through this link that I just posted to you. It's the most direct way. You're richer than most of us plebs. Yeah, that might be true, but you know, I don't take the donations because I need them. I take them because it makes me feel good. Like, makes me know that I'm doing the right thing or the wrong thing, or you guys aren't appreciating the content. You want different content, or you do appreciate the content. I don't know what that function is, but it does matter to me. So just a heads up that it does mean something to me. Oh, he did get the red bar down. I should have waited. I should have. Well, they're up 27 right now, so I should have waited for that red bar reversal to the downside before closing out those puts. Or make a tab for it. Okay, let me look that up. Make a donate tab. I didn't know I could do that. So put a donate tab on Twitch or YouTube. I don't even know if I have a donate tab on YouTube either. I got no idea if that's there or not. I'm not the savviest streamer. I think part of it is that part of the reason why I'm not the savviest streamer is because I didn't pay attention to when nobody was following. I didn't care about it. And yeah, I didn't get that one right there. Did I lost that one right there? No bounce, no trade. Just parked and waiting on SPX. So I didn't like have that 2 or 3 years where I was always focused on making money. A lot of streamers are this. I don't know if it's horrible to say or not, but a lot of streamers don't have viewers. So what they do is they end up spending like 3 years, it's about 2 to 3 years. Spend like 2 to 3 years learning the in and outs of the back end of streaming. So I'll meet streamers that are like have zero followers, and they'll know everything. They'll be like, I can tell you everything you need to do to make money. And because they've done it for 3 years, no money, and they rely upon that money to help them continue to stream. And then after about 3 years, they get really downtrodden, and then they start getting viewers. I don't know why that is, what the mechanics of that are. So they've been like, they had the time period to know how to make money as a content provider, producer, or maker. And I don't. I just like started streaming and was like, fuck all this. Like I'm just here to talk to other traders. So I never went down that path. Start OnlyFans of selling feet pics. That's too funny. Hot tub stream. Yeah, I had a really shitty microphone. I had a crappy ass microphone. I had 2 or 3 crappy microphones. My mic now is okay, but it's not great. The microphone that I have now is like the last step before going to a high-end microphone. But once I do the high-end microphone, it like opens a can of worms. And I don't think that we're there yet to open that can of worms. We're almost there, but we're not quite there. Because like you're like, oh, I'll get the microphone, and then they're like, oh no, I gotta get a different mixing board. I gotta get a bunch of cables, and then I gotta do a bunch of programming. So we're like, it like opens up this Pandora box. So we're almost there for that, but not quite. But yeah, I had a beater camera too. I had a shitty, still have it. I got it sitting here somewhere. I got and then I improved my cameras and microphones, and then eventually ended up buying better computers, better connections, better wiring. I bought a Sony A7000 or something, 6000. I don't know which one it is, but some better. Like even the headphones they're great, but they're not like the best or the best name brand. They're great headphones though. They feel good in my ears. And they cost $100 or something like that, or I don't know, $70 or something like that. Yeah. I'm almost there. I've been looking at them and thinking about it. Then I watch YouTube videos on it, and then it's like it's more of a process than it is just do it thing for myself. I've got a mixing board, and I've got the highest rated non XLR type mic, stuff like that. I looked into feet pics. Too funny. Yeah, no trades for me right here. I want to wait and see. Took 2 trades. They were both up briefly, and then they both went down. So I'm like, fuck it. We'll just wait. Wait for this shit to consolidate. I don't know, man. We kind of had, like, I guess I can agree with you to a point that the 10-year is tied to the market, but we kind of knew that it was selling off, didn't we? I mean, even I closed my calls. We bought the bottom exactly where we should buy it. We sold right where the market rolled. We even said 2 days ago that whatever squeeze happens yesterday would come back to test the daily and hourly trigger, which is happening right now. So, yay, though I believe in the 10-year auction and it's tied to the market and oil is tied to the market. We kind of anticipate this stuff. So, yeah, I'm not like anti the 10-year mattering, but as long as we can see it, I think it's fine. Any thoughts on current weakness at HYG? Yeah, I think the weakness is tied to SPX up here. So here's SPX right here. It's either waiting for the cross of this right here. So we're either buying time here, or we buy time and it blasts down here, consolidate in here, and eventually head to the upside up here. So I think HYG is showing that as well. VIX blasting off right now. VIX tagged 1745 and rolled down. Bounced off 1745, so we're not seeing a ton of price movements in SPX right now. That's good to see, even with the roll on HYG. Not seeing huge price divergence. Even if we go down here and trade this 432.9, even if we trade this down here, for all that bearishness and the divergence and all that, still have that S1 down here. Checking in down below here. Dixie crossing to the upside right now as well. We almost have a... Hold on here. Let me take a look at Dixie. Dixie just going to roll down here and just check this. We've got a Dixie bull cross in the 5-minute chart here. We look on Dixie in a 5-minute. Should roll down a little bit more, but then bounce. Dixie with a target of 106.20. NASDAQ rolling over right now, starting to firm up and set up a 5-minute roll. The 1-minute chart's already showing it. 5-minute chart has a larger one coming into play right now. Tesla rolling over. Apple rolling over. SPX price target 4329.16. SPOO's weak right now, looking for 432.32. You can see it right here. I think I'm going to wait to react to the 10-year auction about to happen. If you get a chance, can you see if Oscar has any hope at all? Let me look at Oscar really quick. Give me a second. I'll check that one out for you. I like that ticker a lot, by the way. Yeah, we wrote it up from what? When do we ride? We started riding this up at $2 or $3, right? Rejected off the monthly trigger down here. Let's take a look at Oscar really quick. I'm going to put Oscar up down below here. You've got Oscar Health on a daily trigger. Oscar trading nicely. Traded Oscar earlier in the year. Traded all the way up here. Rejected off the monthly trigger at $10. Coming back down here. Told no. No dip buy here yet for Oscar Health. Trading 508 right now. You have a daily cross below the weekly cross happening back on September 12th. Rejection to the downside. Likely path for Oscar Health is to retest. A quick second. Retest 363. and likely even retest this prior low here at $2. You want to look for a reaction on both of these prices here. So $3.61 and $2. $3.61 and $2, you want to be looking for any signs of a turnaround or consolidation. So on Oscar Health, either consolidation here is what you're looking for, or down here. So if you're watching Oscar Health in the bottom of your screen down here, you want to begin to see, so you're not seeing it here, right? That's not it, is it? So down here, you want to see like consolidation, like boom, 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 boom. You'll see this yellow line cross down here. You'll see some kind of bottoming action. You'll see the consolidation and then the break above to take a trade on Oscar Health. So no trade on Oscar Health right now. Another thing to be keyed into in Oscar Health is, let's go to a 30-minute chart. We've got no break above the hourly trigger. We've got no confirmation trade above the hourly trigger. And you've got no reversal here above the daily trigger. So to get bullish on Oscar Health again, so let's just say today this was bottom. Let's say this was bottom right here in Oscar Health. For you to take another long on it. You'd be looking for price to come up, right? Squeeze up here. Like right there, right? Something like this right here. Ah, shit, I just deleted it. But you get the point that I'm trying to make, right? And you don't have a cross of the daily over the weekly. Even this here is bad. So it's something like this right here. But even so, you wouldn't take that trade until you're up here. Can you see that up there? Hold on. Let me see if you can see that up there. So you got the cross of the daily over the weekly. You need price to make its way back up, and you need the daily trigger to be crossing that weekly trigger and the hourly to be underneath it. So that hasn't happened yet. So no trade, no buy on Oscar Health. You got zero place to buy Oscar Health. Target to the downside, $3.63 and $2. Now, so you're not going to see that dip buy down here until, or the dip buy, or you haven't seen consolidation, or you have not seen a crossing of the daily above the weekly trigger. So it's not showing it in any way, shape, or form. There's a dip buy in Oscar. SPOO's bouncing and holding the half-hour trigger in the daily right now. Still no trade for me. I've taken 2 trades here. Both trades I've been in. I lost 1 penny on one trade, and then I lost 10 or 13 cents on the first trade that I was in. So just grinding down here. And I'm not gonna give a bunch of cash to this grinding and consolidation. Up or down, I'm going to give nothing to it. So I want nothing to do with any of this grinding, nothing to do with trying to buy dips, nothing to do with trying to look for bloodbaths, any of that kind of stuff. All of this looks like consolidation, and we're waiting for this hourly trigger to cross and come up on high. So we're waiting for this right here right now. Waiting for this kind of action here. Come up here, grab that daily trigger. We start moving higher. I'm going to give me a few seconds here. I'm going to look at another trade. So give me a few minutes here because I want to buy a dip and I want to see if there's potential to buy a dip here. Hold on. Yeah, dude, I want that. I want that sexy dip buy. I want that. I want that dip buy at like on SPY. I want 430. I want 430 pretty badly. Let me check the gamma profile this morning. Like I really want like 430.78. 430.78 somewhere down there for maybe even the 429.5 somewhere in there. So just patience right now. Keep doing the patience from yesterday. I'm like, oh, I have to have a trade right now at this one moment. I gotta have to have a trade, and I'm like, I don't need a fucking trade at this one moment. I'll just be lazy and sit around and wait. Let me take a look at the gamma profile for this morning. Dealer gamma is at minus 303 million. Gamma flips at 4360. I think we all know that. 0 to 8 call walls at 4365. The call walls at 4300. That's a big one to know. The call gamma resistance line is at 4375. Put gamma support is at 4300. Let me see here. Participants are hedging for a move higher as evidenced by a large amount of 0 to 8 calls just above the gamma flip. We see a large OI build at 4,400 as this is becoming the new call wall, which should put a lid on further upside beyond that level. So 4,400 looking like the top. Russia is preparing to bill to revoke the ratification of the treaty to ban nuclear tests. U.S. has not ratified that treaty. We never have ratified that treaty would be a better way to word that. But would only assume nuclear tests if the U.S. is doing the same. According to Russian Foreign Ministry, the U.S. is preparing a nuclear test in Nevada. I don't know if I believe that. We don't need to anymore, in my view, but maybe. I do think it's funny that Russia's making that statement. Lavrov will visit China October 16th to 18th. Israel says it will bomb trucks if Egypt supplies Gaza. According to spokesman Kirby, the U.S. and Israel have not seen any firm evidence of Iran involvement in the Hamas attack and that there is no policy decision on rephrasing Iranian money. Another note on that is you're likely going to see news stories trying to push that narrative. They're going to try to push the narrative of drawing Iran in. You're going to see news stories trying to draw in Hezbollah. Hamas is warning residents of Ashkelon to leave the town until 1700 local time. IDF stated today that the U.S. had advised them that U.S. naval warship or naval vessels and aircraft from Carrier Strike Group 12 will soon be in the Eastern Med, are prepared and assisting with combat operations alongside Israel if a multi-front war against Hezbollah or other regional actors occurs. Yeah, there's a bunch of other shit that they can do too. So like that carrier group can offer defensive capabilities in case there are cruise missiles that come in from Iran or Lebanon. But they offer hospital ships. They offer rebuilding capabilities as well. No one likes to talk about that stuff. They always like to talk about the they always like to talk about the offensive capabilities. Let's check out the long-term Treasury yields chart here. Oh shit! I didn't put the stream up. I put that on Twitter. SPX. Take a look at Tesla today as well. Now we'll look at GME today. I don't think we looked at GME yesterday, so we'll look at Tesla, GME. We'll look at NVDA. We'll look at Apple as well. Live stream. No, we're not adding anything. Cancel. We're not. All right, so I got the post up there. Close that out. Close that out for now. Tomorrow I've got initial claims, CPI, core CPI, year-over-year CPI. Social Security admin releases annual cost of living adjustments, core CPI year-over-year. Boston Fed President Collins speaks at 4 p.m. Hold on one second here. I got a voicemail I got to attend to. Hold on one second here. Give me 1 second here, guys. Small inverse and head and shoulders happening right now, guys. Small cross taking place right now. Small inverse head and shoulders here. Tiny one. A little one right here, a little one right here. Is that one right there, I guess would be the question. Where we go up here. No cross yet, but almost a cross to go long here. Almost. You're watching for the cross. Let's go to SPY really quick. Let's see if we've got the alert to go long yet. Not quite, but almost. Pay attention to this right here. And that will turn red and green. Right now, still red. Not quite into the green yet. I'm not a fan of this still. I'm still not a fan of longs here. I don't want to see like boom that and then down to where that SPX hourly trigger is and then right there. I am going to start to look for a trade though for as a bull. So I'm going to be looking at some call spreads here in just a minute. So give me just a second here. I was looking at the rest of the week, what we have going on. We also have the minutes coming out at 2 p.m. for the next 46 minutes. So we're going to wait for that. We're going to wait for the Fed minutes to come out. And I'm going to be looking at a call spread for 40. What was I looking at earlier? 4,400? Hold on here. In one quick second. I thought I read this a few minutes ago and I can check that right now. Let me look at the gamma stuff in the background here. Let's go to the gamma chart over here. Let's check out our current gamma. Yeah, so we're below gamma flip right now. So your gamma flip is right there. Gamma flip's at 4370. There is if you look on gamma here, let's go over a full screen chart. Look at gamma here. You can see this resistance above on SPX. And they sold into this gamma here, right? Then you got this whole move right here to the downside. It's at 4,300. And that's right where, this is SPX. And this is right where This is right where the hourly trigger is. This is the hourly trigger. The expectation is we're going to come down there and bounce. So if that's the case, then we're gonna let's just draw it in. You can see sellers up here. Let's leave that there now and just see if it plays itself out. And if we were to go to unnamed. Go to SPX. It was kind of funny because I'm like, whenever I say something like this, I'm like, I never get it. Like, it never gives me what I want. CJJ wants to buy this dip. Every time I say CJJ wants to buy this dip, it never happens. Yeah, I guess we'll do a possessive. CJJ wants to buy this dip right here. So that's the dip that I want to buy. Do I think we're getting this buy down here? I don't know. I'd hope to. We'll leave that one up right there and see if we can get it. Oh, SPY selling right now. SPY weak right now, trading 433.39. Looking to come down into S1. We'll leave SPX down here, and we'll look to see if I actually get to buy that stuff. So we'll see if this is the dip that I can buy. Whoop, right down there, V-shaped recovery, and buy that one right there. So that's the one that I'm looking to buy. So we'll leave this up. You can see that right there. That's SPX, by the way. I got your gamma for you, so you know your gamma. Sit on your hands, baby. If you're a bull, sit on your hams. We weren't called the military-industrial complex for nothing. I don't know what that was in relation to, but we are. That's one of the most frustrating things for me. One of the most frustrating things for me is Eisenhower's great speech that he gave. I ended up reading an autobiography. I think it was an autobiography. Either his wife wrote it or a good friend of his wrote the. I read at least two autobiographies from Eisenhower, and man, what a guy! Like that speech that he gave. That speech that he gave was so true, right? The rise of the military-industrial complex. And the books that I read were fascinating. If you ever get a chance, try to read some autobiography. I don't remember which ones I read, but the ones that I read were either by, I think one was from his aide-de-camp that wrote one. And I don't know who the other one was from, but it was fascinating because the rise of the military-industrial complex at the end of World War II, or leading into the end of World War II, he started to become overridden in his decision-making. And that's what led to the speech that he gave. And like the power brokers that were in the war, early stages of the war, were no longer making the decisions. That led to that speech. And I'm a full believer in that too. The military-industrial complex is not to be fucked with, is it? They are no good. I'm not a fan of the military-industrial complex. No, I am and I'm not. I gotta wait. It's very similar to the Palestinian or the Hamas and Israeli crisis right now. I should be very clear in that it's not Palestinian, it's Hamas and the state or the country of Israel. And they have their benefits, the military-industrial complex, but dude, they are really bad. Thanks for following, Crew Chief USAF. I was stationed on an Air Force base once. You guys have it made. I was stationed on Osan Air Force Base. I had a kick-ass job. Who I was with was stationed on Army bases, but I was with U.S. Army Command, so I got the good life, and I was stationed on they had like golf, they got condominiums. I didn't get to sleep. This is a point of note here. I didn't get to actually sleep in a nice place on that Air Force base. I slept on a U.S. Army GP Large. I don't know if I remember that right. Well, don't hold me to this shit because it's been a few years since I've been in the Army, but it was a GP Large tent. I slept on the edge of the base where the South Koreans were defending that base. So there were like these rice paddies and some no-go zones and stuff like that outside of that base. Yeah, I got a funny story about that place. I don't know if you were ever stationed there at Osan Air Force Base. I was stationed there. I went all over the country, but I was there, and I got a funny story. So Air Force has it made. Not quite as good, I don't think, as some naval personnel, but they got it really good. Like Air Force has it pretty much the best. And if you're a soldier, if you're an Army soldier in an Air Force base, it's horrible to say. You'd have like is it SPs you have in the Air Force? I can't remember, but you'll get your security patrol, I think it was called, or security forces. It's called security forces that the Air Force have. Those are like the badasses, or like there are a lot. Like there's bigger badasses. They've got. I don't know if PJs come. I think PJs might be Navy, but I forget what the Air Force Special Forces is called. But then just below it, their combat arms is like their security forces. So you're like U.S. Army soldier, right? If you're infantry or any kind of combat arms, and you go on an Air Force base, you're like a peg above you're like or not a peg above. You're like fighting with security forces while you're there. They don't like you, is the point, because you're like upsetting the normal order of things for the Air Force. And so I never fucked with those guys. I never wanted to get fucked with. I never wanted to get arrested or any MPs or SPs and that kind of stuff. But no, I don't know if it's SP. I think SP might be Navy, but whatever. Doesn't matter. What the point was that living was good on that Air Force base outside of sleeping arrangements. I wish I was in the Air Force. Although you have more danger than Army. I was talking to my daughter about this 2 weeks ago. I was like, you know what? I was like, living life is awesome in the Air Force and the Navy, but unlike a lot of perception-wise, unlike a lot of the Navy, excuse me, the Marines and the Army, you kind of have control over your own destiny to an extent in the Army and Marines. You think that you do. You're like, oh, I'm a ground pounder. Like, you know, I'm not going to face what an Air Force base or a ship in the middle of the sea is going to face. And that's the one thing about being Navy and Air Force is you're like, you got like the giant bullseye on your head. And I used to be in planning meetings on this Air Force base, not on the Air Force base. We go somewhere. I forget where we go to do these planning meetings, but like being in an Air Force base is fucking awesome. But if anything kicks off, you're like the first guy to go. You're out of there. Like you fire everything that you got and then you run, right? run south as far as you possibly can. And Osan was fascinating because you like even the war gaming and the war planning, it was like you're like you're like a sitting duck sore thumb. You're like number one on the list to bomb or to get bombed. So I was trying to explain to my daughter, I'm like, you have better living arrangements. you live much better. It's much easier going. But you've got a giant fucking bullseye in your head. The Navy is the same way. You're like, if anything ever kicks off, you're fucked. You're like, you don't lose like 100 guys or women or men or women or whatever. You lose like thousands. So I'm like, you got to pick your poison here. What do you want to be? Do you want to be picked off one by one, or do you want to go as a group? Oh, the military believes that too. Trust me. Military planning absolutely knows that they are the first ones to go, or at least the ones that I sat in knew they were the first ones to go. But they've got great food. The things I could partake in on an Air Force base. Number one was golf was awesome, and number two, especially as an enlisted soldier, you get first dibs outside of high-ranking officers. And then the second cool part was food. The food was phenomenal. So I go to my first DFAC for the Air Force, and I'm like, this is amazing. They got everything. They had stations set up with cooks. So you'd have like the main food line, and then you'd go they'd have like some guy doing wok shit. You'd have another guy doing or a woman or a man, doesn't matter. Just like cooks like cooking up all this cool shit, and you'd be like, dude, this is fucking awesome. And so I did that, and I'm like eating the chow hall, and I'm getting down, and I'm eating. I did that for a few days, and then I forget exactly what happened, but I forget what they're called now, technical sergeant or whatever in the Air Force. It's been a long fucking time because you got to remember ranks of other services. I think it was a technical sergeant was running the DFAC, and I was all stoked, and I was bringing my friends to this DFAC, and I'm like, dude, you guys got to eat in here. It's awesome. And he noticed me coming in with my friends, and I was there like the second or third day, and I'm pointing out all these cooking stations, and I'm like, you got to get this, and you got to get that. And the technical sergeant said something to me. He's like, soldier, you don't want to be eating this shit. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, I kid you not. He's like, where do you think all this fucking food comes from? And I was like, I have no idea. He's like, right outside he's like, that shit comes from right outside the wire out there. And I was like, huh? And it didn't hit me. It didn't hit me. So I ate. All my buddies are eating. We're wondering. And one morning, we're leaving our compound. And this is like it was first Air Cav around the perimeter. So you guys might not know this. Like I don't know what it is today, but at that time it was first Air Cav providing security around Osan Air Force Base. I don't know if first Air Cav's still there or not. Is Air Cavalry still outside of Osan Air Force Base? Can anybody confirm or deny that? But at that time it was. So we're on this we're in this compound, and we leave the compound one morning. And I get into a deuce and a half. And every morning we drive around the perimeter of this base. And we'd be going to chow hall and stuff. And there was a little truck. There's a little food truck that would drive around that perimeter. And it had a little handwritten sign on it that said Dunkin' Donuts. And the first time you see that sign, you go running towards that truck to get some Dunkin' Donuts, and then the guy in that truck didn't have Dunkin' Donuts. And the first time you go to that truck, the guy will tell you, he'll say, an American told me to put that sign on this truck that you'd come running. And fuck yeah, I did. But they didn't have Dunkin' Donuts. So anyways, we'd drive around the outside of this perimeter every morning to get chow. And every day we'd see a honey wagon come to our compound and pump out our shitters. And so they would pump out the shitters and leave. It was a green painted, shitty green looking truck with shitty painting on it. Some kind of a writing on it. I can't remember what it said, but they would pump out our shit. So one morning I'm heading to the DFAC, and I'm sitting in the back of the deuce and a half, and I can see the deuce and a half, or the pumper truck that left our compound is driving our shit out to the rice paddies. The rice paddies outside the base. And I see the green trucks unloading our shit and piss in these rice fields. And it all started to make sense to me that these locals were pumping our shit, pumping that shit into the rice fields, and then feeding us that rice. And the soldiers that I knew were pigs. Like, they were disgusting. They would pay for things outside of the base that were gross. I didn't, but they did. They were all walking disease carrying, disgusting. Disgusting. A little bit of blood here in the SP 500. We are getting some rejection to the upside. We have a 4-trigger cluster on SPX. Bearish. We've got the 1, the 5, the half hour, and the daily targeting the downside move on SPX to 433.067. Here's S1 right here on SPY. So if you are bearish, this is your time to shine. We've got the weekly trigger to the downside down here on SPY. It's looking pretty fucking bearish here. So, but what I figured out at that point was that technical sergeant, or that whoever that sergeant was basically telling me that don't eat the rice in these stations because it all comes from the shit piles that you soldiers are making outside the base. And I had a hard time eating rice from that point forward for a few years, like 3 to 5 years. I refused to eat rice. Yeah, the honey shitters were full. So we've got 25 minutes until the minutes are released, watching some weakness in the S&P 500. You're likely going to assign that weakness to awaiting the FOMC minutes. I don't assign it to that. I'm actually looking for that weakness, and I'm waiting for the cross of the hourly trigger over the daily trigger on SPX. So yeah, I stopped eating rice. I stopped eating that shit out of that defect. Is anybody watching this stream ex-military? Anybody? Is there a single solitary veteran that understands these concepts that I'm talking about right now? Am I the only guy in here? Women, men? I don't know. Anybody out there? Oh, you live 30 miles from the biggest nuclear base in Western Europe? Pretty sure I'm toast before I know it. Yeah, you probably are. Just pucker up, right? Hold your ass cheeks. SPOOs, very weak right now. This is the SPX chart that you're seeing on the left-hand side. There is no support here. So even though ES is showing the support, there is none. There is no support here. ES is showing some support here, but this looks more like a rug pull to me. So we'll see. We'll see if this is setting up dip buyers here for more lows to come. It's not showing up here on. It's not showing up here in ES, but we'll keep this. We'll keep an open opinion here. In less than a half an hour until the minutes drop, we will be live with the interpretation on those minutes. If there's anything worth paying attention to. Okay, so we got a Navy vet in the house. I got a cool story for you too as a Navy vet. So I was reading a story recently where they were talking about I was reading a story with a comment section, and it was funny because all these kids were like, they're like, there's no alcohol consumption in the Navy, and I'm like, that's not true. I was like these they were like, they stopped giving rations of liquor to to sailors, and I'm like, Yeah, that might be true, but they still keep booze on board uh for skippers of boats, and then they're like, sailors don't get any alcohol, and I'm like, they make alcohol. I was like, I know for a fact they make alcohol. You guys used to also use you guys, if you're a Navy guy, you guys used to also use a cleaning fluid, right? Back in the day, you used to use cleaning fluid. You used to guys to drink that shit or something. I was told that too. And I got family members in the Navy. They said they would make booze out of bread. They would take a loaf of bread and pour sugar and water and some fruits and shit like that into like the middle of a bread loaf, and they would make hooch moonshine. Is that still true in the Navy or not? I want an answer to that. Yeah, drinking was very common. I learned how to drink in the Army. The Army taught. I was never a drinker, and the Army taught me how to drink. 100%. Oh, you're in the German Navy. Okay. I think France and let me know this. I think Germany is famous for having a bar, right? Don't you have a boat with a bar on it? It's France or Germany is famous for having bars on their boats, like literal, like a bar. Is that still the case or no? Hey, Frotron, how are you? Frotron Alpine, how you doing, brother? What happens below deck stays below deck? Seen the Master. Yeah, years ago, I think I saw the Master. 45 days with no port. We have a bear day. Okay, roger that. So there is still some. They'll still give you like a half cup of beer, a cup of beer, something like that. Oh, what up, Dave G? What's up, brother? Kennedy spoke on secret societies. Seems obvious that Israel will use this to occupy Gaza Strip again. What else we got here? What do I think U.S. Farmers use for fertilizer? I think that we use human waste. So as I've gotten older, I've realized that we use human waste, but that I think that it's processed. I think the processing is better in the U.S. than the processing that I saw there.
The White House's Kirby says the U.S. is to send additional arms and aid to Israel.
Or more controls on processing that waste. Weakness right now in S&P 500. Awaiting the minutes. What else you got there? Let me read what some of you guys are saying. I got to refresh this chat here. Two bears, seltzers, or something like that. Wait till you find out what the feed the pigs or other white meat. Yeah. I would I had a friend that raised pigs. I'd buy pigs from him. We would roast these pigs, and he would do the he would raise them, and guess what he did for the pigs that he raised? He would he had back to Dunkin' Donuts. He had 3 Dunkin' Donuts that he would go to, and he left barrels out by their dumpster, and they would load up the barrels with donuts, and he fed donuts to his pigs. They were fucking awesome, by the way. You use cow shit from dairies? Yeah, we have a ranch in our family. We didn't use any human waste, but I know here in Detroit they do. I know Detroit does a lot of. Detroit has a very large composting facility, and they do use human waste in that facility. Yeah, we didn't use them on our ranch. We never used human waste, but I know it is used. I know human waste is still used to this day. It's highly, Fermi's pair of socks is I agree with you, Fermi's pair of socks. It's highly regulated, extremely and highly processed by the time it gets even to the point of being used. When it gets removed from our wastewater treatment facilities, it goes through like a ton of processes. Then it finally gets to those mixing facilities that they have. Yeah, it's been used since the beginning of time, right? It's been used since the beginning of time. So Milligranite is Milwaukee's poop? Yeah. Dude, please tell me I'm hoping for these minutes to come out and we get like a quick bloodbath straight down here and then it bounces. If you are short or in puts right now, I'm going to not warn you, but say to you, as these minutes are released, if you do get that quick bloodbath straight down, to take the money and run on that bounce right there. So if you do get that weakness, we blast down, and then we immediately bounce. Don't be caught with your pants down. Look for these two targets to the downside. If you are more bearish than that on these minutes, be looking for that blast straight down and then some kind of rejection here. I would re-enter the puts or the short right here if it rejects right there. So like if you're short right now or if you're in puts, when you blast down, take the money, right? Cha-ching. And then look for a rejection here to re-enter. What you don't want to do is see the weakness come down and then the V-shaped recovery here and you're fucked. You're still in short or puts. Got a 1, 2, 3, 4 trigger cluster above SPX right now. Bearish cluster, by the way, not bullish. Bearish. Let me see if the hourly is rolling over on SPY.
The IMF talks on debt jams between private lenders and China's reluctance to restructure debt concerns and creditors, and Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable is to meet on the
Still short positioning on SPOOs. Thanks for subscribing, Instagram. Let me read through some of what you guys are saying here. In Mexico, there was a giant fight over who owns the human shit that's used for fertilizer. Yeah, Mexico has some tough... do you guys know a lot about Mexico? Is it Tulum? Where are the water caves at? Like, so Mexico has this whole place where they have all these islands of farmland with waterways that run through it, caverns, and then they've got all the waste from the city gets pumped into this lush environment as well. Do you know anything about that? Who said that? Was that Dave G? Do you know anything about that stuff in Mexico? Should you cut before the minutes? I talked about that, Spaceman. Did I get your donation? Let me look right now, Spaceman. It's like the PayPal donations. I usually review them on Friday. Let me look right now. Let me check, brother. Oh, shit, I forgot to tell you guys something. You guys want to hear something cool? So heads up. If you are a member, subscriber, if you are in the Discord, if you're a long time if you're a part of our group, just a heads up that yesterday no, I don't see you in here. I don't see it under the, is it AYLAS? I don't see it here, but it might be here. Let me check somewhere else. Yeah, I don't see any donations here on my end. Not yet, at least. I see a donation from John R. from this morning. I see Luke P. Stephen J. Thank you, Stephen J., by the way. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Jonathan. Ken Y. That's all I see for today. But just a heads up, if you are a donator, I sent $100 yesterday to James Rowland and asked him to buy himself a bottle of booze for having to stick around and wait out whatever's happening in Jerusalem. So I do want you to know that if you donate to this stream, I sent $100 to James Rowland.
Shouldn't exclude anything on the rate path.
So you can totally fuck with him and be like, James, post a picture of that booze we bought you. Like, go on Twitter and be like, James, bruh, say, are you gonna post a picture of that booze you bought yesterday or what? Like, hold him to task.
Next crisis may hit before the ECB's quantitative easing losses are recouped.
So what you do is, if you donate here, I want you to know that you donated to.
At 2 p.m. Eastern.
You were a part of donating to James Rowland having a bottle of booze. So I haven't razzled him about it yet. He originally goes, no, I don't need any money from you, and I'm like, no, it's not from me. I'm like, it's from all of us. So I'd break his balls about it. Not yet. You got to give him like a day or two, but I'd break his balls on Twitter. Just be like, James. Like, I'm a trade trigger crew. Did you buy yourself booze? We'll hold him to task for that. I think he drinks tequila. I think he drinks tequila, so. But fuck yeah, I'd hold him to task. I think tequila makes his panties drop too. I'm busting his ass right now. He's probably in stream watching, and he's like, "God damn you, Captain!"
Looking at some analyst notes ahead of the FOMC meeting minutes, markets will be on watch for any dovish hints in the minutes of September Fed meeting that would suggest the central bank won't follow through with a final 2023 rate hike as projected. The minutes are due at 2 p.m. Washington time. The producer price index rose by more than forecast in September amid higher energy costs. Investors are also awaiting Thursday's consumer price index.
Long 435 Cs right now. I'm gonna try to trade this this news release in the next 9 minutes. I probably shouldn't be long here because we're likely looking at some kind of goofy, something like this. Probably a little bit early buying these, but I did buy some calls here. So I've got a small position, 435C. Not a recommendation to follow me on this trade because there's likely a trap here, but if this is not your whole account, if this is, you're not going to blow up your weekly. If you're going to blow up your weekly account by buying calls here, don't do it. There is risk of a reversal to the downside. But I am long calls here. 152, 8 minutes left. Yeah, that was a great show. You know, it doesn't, I want to say too, James looked great on camera yesterday, but there's two things that are going to hit him. Well, there's three things that I haven't talked to him. I have to call him back, and I haven't yet. Like, the first thing is he might not agree to this, but he's probably in some kind of state of shock still. And this will probably affect him one day down the road in the future. Could be a month later or 3 months later, or when you're in those situations like that, your mind and your body will stay on a heightened in a heightened state. It's a really weird thing. Like, it's like a heightened state of awareness of the threat to your life. So when he finally arrives back in the U.S., he'll likely have a cathartic moment, and then some rehabbing to do of some kind, even if nothing happens to him. So there's likely going to be that effect towards him. It has more to do with not being in control of your destiny than anything. You're at the mercy and the mercy of outside forces and influences. You're at the mercy of flight. You're at the mercy of being able to leave the country. And right now, he doesn't have that agency, right? So he held up really well on that interview yesterday. I have real concern for him, for his physical safety, but also concern for him once he gets home to the U.S.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the FOMC meeting minutes.
So, what do I have to say on that? Like, he looks great. He looks like he's on point too, which is never good because that means he's hyper aware of his surroundings. He's hyper aware of the threats to his life. So I'd be interested to see what his reaction is when he gets back to the United States. It can be really weird when you come back to a civilian environment. And so I'm fascinated to see what that impact is on his psyche and stuff like that. And then I think the longer he spends there, the more risk he's at. So that's the last part that I gotta reach out to him and talk to him about that. He should leave as soon as possible, in my view. The sooner the better. The longer that he is still in country in Israel, the more risk he has coming towards him. So I'm gonna send him another text message and signal and say, "Get the fuck out of that country right now." You know, he's not a soldier, so he's got no business being there. You just get out as soon as you possibly can. You don't want to be in the way of any of that shit. Yeah, if he bought a jacket, if he bought a flak or a Kevlar vest or something like that, or some plate armor or something like that, that'd be good too. I don't know that he can do that in another country. So some countries don't allow a lot of shit. Some do, some don't. I don't know what the laws are in Israel. I know like India has a lot of things you can't do. There's a lot of Southeast Asian countries that don't allow you to come in with like spare guns. You're not allowed to come in with sat phones, any of that kind of stuff. I don't know what the rules are, the laws are for visiting someone else's country. I would assume that you visiting Israel, you're not allowed access to a lot of that stuff. Let me know in the chat what you're positioned here. Are you long, short, sitting on your hands, waiting for a reversal? And show that there. There's the gamma flip to positive. Guess we'll make that green maybe. James is a good guy. I love James. We're like pretty close friends. I don't know if you know that. We're really good friends, and we get along very well too. What was the ticker you guys wanted me to look up earlier? Was it ADBE? Someone asked for me to look at a ticker earlier in the chat. Who asked that ticker again? And I'll look it up. You short puts on ADBE, and I'm short SPY 1 dates, which should be leg into a spread with, and buy calls with the premium short ES from yesterday. Like to go long NQ. It was me, Adobe, ADB. Okay. Yeah, I think I heard something about them owning the market here, about GS saying they own the market here, and their short puts on SPOOs as well. Let me look at Adobe really quick. You look at NVAX as well. I'll look at both. I like the short on Adobe. I'm bearish on Adobe here. You probably already know I'm bearish down to 540.
10 seconds.
Maybe 535.47. 10 seconds here to find out if we get a bloodbath or not. You can see the market on Bookmap is going quiet. Liquidity leaving the market right now on the release of this news.
So Fed staff assumed GDP growth for the rest of 2023 would be damped a bit by UAW strike, with effects unwound in 2024. Participants at the Fed's September 19th to 20 policy meeting generally judged risks to achieving FOMC's goals had become more two-sided. Those risks included longer lag effects from financial tightening, effects of union strikes, slowing global growth, and continued weakness in commercial real estate. Many participants saw continued downside risks to the economy and upside risks to unemployment rate.
A lot of those
the vast majority of participants continue to judge future path of the economy as highly uncertain.
Still long 435Cs, trading 45 cents right now, 44 cents.
Many participants saw continued downside risks to economic activity and upside risks to unemployment rate.
So basically what they're telling you is old news on union strikes that are resolving themselves at this point in time.
Most continue to see upside risks to inflation.
The other stuff we already know about.
Inflation was unacceptably high. More evidence needed to be confident price pressures are ebbing. Several participants noted balance sheet runoff could continue for some time even after rate cuts begin. And participants still saw below-trend growth and softer labor market as necessary to restoring economic balance. Several participants commented that with policy rate at or near the peak, decisions and communications should shift to how long rates stay restrictive versus how high they will rise.
I call this slightly bullish, not completely bearish at this point. It's like a mixed bag.
Cases for proceeding carefully and determining extent of additional tightening.
So the key points here that you need to pay attention to is that
and Fed staff economic forecast was stronger than July projection on resilient consumer and business spending, the minutes show.
Yeah, and GDP is stronger than it should be. Absolutely. Softer labor market, but not as soft as it needs to be.
US Treasury yields hold steady at lower after Fed minutes. 10-year yield last down 4.1 basis points at 4.614%.
Trading 46 right now on calls, 47 on calls. Some of the hawkish notes from this press release would include, so the hawkish stuff would include many participants noted that data volatility, potential data revisions as supporting case for proceeding carefully and determining the extent of additional tightening. Participants saw below trend growth, softer labor market as necessary to removing economic balance. Several participants noted that the balance sheet runoff could continue for some time even after the rate cuts begin.
Minutes release.
Risks include longer lag effects from financial tightening, the effects of union strikes, slowing global growth, and continued weakness in commercial real estate. That last one's a big one. The slowing global growth implies that China at some point in the next year, not now, but 2024, should get back to its fundamental, not fundamental, but it's, there's a better word for it. It's called structural defects in China's economy.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily
Would be that
points,
the key
and
point to pay
market
attention
profile
to
levels
into
by signing
2024.
up at tothetick.com.
We have put out the FOMC meeting minutes for the September decision on the feed for all those interested.
There is some bright news to this, which would be the Fed staff economic forecast was stronger than July projection on resilient consumer and business spending. This is all dovish commentary from the Fed minutes. Several participants commented that with policy rates at or near peak, decisions and communications should shift to how long rates stay restrictive versus how high they will rise. Participants said inflation was unacceptably high. More evidence needed to be confident price pressures are ebbing, and that would be the higher for longer, holding rates higher for longer. Once we begin cutting rates, we usually see weakness in the market, unemployment's up, the end of inflation, or like inflation coming below that 2% that they're looking for. Most participants continued to see upside risk to inflation. I know that can come off as hawkish, but it's not. It's actually dovish. The longer we hold rates higher or increase rates, the longer the market believes that the Fed is doing its job. That's why we bounced in October, and so we should be situation normal right now from these minutes. No big news that I can see in the background that I'm reading right now. So or I would call it like a 60% dovish and maybe not that high, 55% dovish and 45% hawkish minutes, but nothing out of the nothing crazy. And some of that stuff has already resolved itself. So those minutes not as brutal as I would expect. Still long calls here. Got 25 contracts on 435Cs. See if we can begin squeezing to the upside. If the vol kicks off from this news today, we have more vol, though, coming tomorrow in the morning. More volatility tomorrow morning with some more economic news. And then Friday, we've got the Michigan sentiment, I believe. So tomorrow should be the last bit of vol for the week. Major vol expectations. Currently parked on the hourly trigger and the daily trigger on SPY. Hourly trigger on SPX keeps coming higher. I am long here on calls, looking to see if this vol will bleed off and the market can go higher. Career low letting us know that SPX 0 dates flows flipped very bullish. Just a heads up on that out there. 35 cents. 35 cents on calls was my buy-in on calls, if you want to know. They're at 35 right now, still sitting in them. A little bit of a bounce here in Adobe. Adobe reacting as well. Adobe reacting, getting a green bar right now in the 30-minute chart. They're like, whoa, 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 hold on here. We're not done going up. If you're looking for an upside target on Adobe, if Adobe holds and goes higher, upside target on Adobe would be 561.35. Give me more caffeine is saying I'm seeing negative delta flows coming in now on S&P 500. They can share on Discord. You know what I see is I see SPY put flows coming in right now on 434. That's 0-8 put flows. And give me more caffeine saying 550 is call wall on Adobe. Peer pressure, $80 on booze and $20 on flowers, maybe. Still no liquidity in the market right now. Still zero liquidity. Look at the at Bookmap right now. Still zero liquidity here. What does A B D C E F G mean? You missed the C, Shaq. Did you mean to put the C after the D? Are SPY puts bullish? I tend to think that they become bullish. Okay, so A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So you got most of our news today. The last news for today is Boston Fed President Collins speaking at 4:30 this afternoon. Again, just to remind you, you probably already know this. We've got claims tomorrow, CPI tomorrow, all the little CPIs. We've got Social Security admin releases annual cost of living adjustment. And then Friday, we've got import price index and Fed President Harker speaking at 9. And then, of course, at 10 a.m., the consumer sentiment. Still long calls here. Oh, it wasn't a question. I agree, Carrillo. You know what I think about that, right? You start loading the fuck out of 0-date puts or calls, and I'm going against that trade, right? Well, waterfall stuff I wouldn't, but this is probably going to lead to a big upside move. Tad bit degen. I got you, Shaq. So I guess that's it for us on economic news for today. Mixed bag. Some of it's being resolved. The union strikes in the film industry and TV industry are resolving themselves currently. If you guys ever want to know more inside information on the automotive strikes, I would send you or direct you to the Detroit subreddit on Reddit with a caveat. The Detroit subreddit has a lot of insight from white collar and blue collar automotive workers. But the caveat is that the subreddit gets overrun by people that have nothing to fucking do with the actual strikes and progress or non-progress. So you have to kind of weed out. Like if you go to the Detroit subreddit and they make a post about the strikes, you have to find out. You have to like actually search. If you read a comments in there, I would say read the comments, and if you say, "Oh, this comment is important to me and the stock market," I would then check that poster's history. If that poster is not from the Detroit subreddit, like he has a history or she has a history of posting there, or the Michigan subreddit for years, like a year or longer, I would discredit any of that conversation. But there are some real nice tidbits and some real insider information that can be found in that Detroit subreddit by people that are actually in the know about what's going on with those strikes. So it's kind of hard to weed through the comments there, but because you'll see like a post about the strikes, and you'll get like 30, 40, 50, 100 comments, and it's pretty good. If you then that post will then move into like 100 or 200 or 300 or 400 comments, 1,000 comments, thousands of comments, and it becomes a clusterfuck of, I don't know, some guy that's living in his mom's basement that works at Starbucks and thinks he should make $60 an hour. And so they jump on the train of that post that's gaining traction on the main Reddit pages. And so they go in and they just post garbage that means nothing to the information you need to have as a market participant. But it's a great place to glean insider information. If you guys are concerned about the specifically the UAW type stuff,
The White
and
House's
its
Kirby says
corresponding
the US has
impacts on
funding for near-term military aid to
correlating
Israel.
companies, part suppliers, engineering firms, any of that kind of stuff, you can usually get a great insight there. So, if you're interested in that stuff, still on calls here, looking for a squeeze to the upside.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
Going to be looking
TickStrike
for
allows you to
target
actually
to the
hear order
upside
flow
of
futures, forex, and stock
434.77.
instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
See if we can look at this on SPY now. We'll switch over to SPOOs really quick, so I can show you what I'm looking for some targets here. And you can see them right here, right? You've got the half-hour trigger resistance above at 434.71. And then above that, you've got another target to the upside right here. Trading 45 cents. They don't want to pay today again. Got another target right here. We'll just make these yellow. Make that one yellow right there. We've got R2 over there. We are getting a break to the upside on a bull flag right here. See if they can hold it up. I don't want to get a reversal here, so we reject here and then turn back to the downside. So be aware of that. Be aware of this resistance on the 30-minute trigger. Trading 43 right now. Nino, what happened, brother? Hey, Fawn Blanca, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. How you doing, Flama? What a bunga, what's going on? Something happening? History check is a great call. My subtime tag is gone. I don't know what that means, Nino. I don't know how to get it back to you. What should I do, Nino? Yeah, Twitch is not working today. I had problems yesterday coming on stream. I had problems today coming on stream. I'm having problems all day long. And YouTube's been giving me problems for the past month in some other areas. I don't know if they're launching a new streaming platform in the background that we don't know about or something like that. Good to see you, Flama. I love you, man. Grinding higher right now, trying to get back up into that gamma flip zone. So you can see my cursor in the bottom chart down here. You can see this gamma flip right here. On that pivot point, that's what I'm trying to get here is the money right up here. Right up there. See if I can get that money right there. 434.77 is what I'm looking for. We're close. You lost your community? I believe you, Nino. I believe you, brother. So, Flama, you started it. What's your, do you mind saying what your new role is at work? Or you don't have to say. There's no push that you have to tell people. But, so you started a new role at work. And you're going through training and shit. Is it everything you expected it to be? Did you get a raise? I got a bunch of questions. Did you get a raise? Did you are you in an administrative position or still in an operational position? Are you in a leadership position? Oh, they're trying to reject this right now. Look at them trying to grind us down on that red bar up there on Bookmap. Trying to send us to the depths of hell and reject us here. See if we can take a look here and see what's up there. And maybe I'll bring this back in case we do reject. See that rejection right here? Trying to send us back down and retest all that garbage down there, burn out all that supply. Up 2 pennies right now. Kind of a yawn fest here. You got a raise. Right on. Congratulations. Good job on the raise. Senior principal. Hell yeah. Government contracts. That's fine. My wife, so my wife is, I don't know what you do for work, but my wife works with, wife is in the medical field, but she works with, or just took on a new role where she's working with, I don't know if it's VA benefits or something like that, or some kind of new program for, I believe veterans. I don't know exactly. I'm not going to comment on what she's doing, but she just took on some new government contracts. She just got trained up in it. She doesn't have any experience working with the federal government, and she's this new program that's launching. She's involved in right now. She got a raise in a new position as well, so she's happy. Yeah, I got you, Flom. That's all you have to say, brother. See if we can break through and squeeze here. Break on through to the other side, yeah. Let's see what Twitter is saying. Is Twitter saying anything interesting today? Just more hot garbage? I don't know. Let me look at I don't look at FinTwit much anymore. I need to. Mostly it's time. It's not that I don't want to look at Twitter, it's that I don't have fucking time to. That's odd. My Twitter link is not here. Why is that? There it is. Let's see what Twitter's saying. Let's see if Twitter's got anything cool in it. Squeezing up to the half-hour trigger right now. Still at 45 cents. These fucking dealers, man. Fuck these dealers, dude. Sorry, I'm going to swear right now. I'm fucking pissed. These fucking dealers can suck my balls right now. Keep on squeezing, Bulls. Let's go, Bulls. Get up there. Break through that half-hour trigger. Trading 47.48 right now. Don't reject here. Keep on fucking squeezing. Keep on squeezing. Don't stop now. Keep on squeezing. Coming into gamma flip territory right now to the upside. You guys want to look at SPX really quick? This is where all the sellers are on SPX, at least. Just heads up here. On the gamma front, I might not have saved it. Shit, I may not have saved this chart here. We got the gamma flip. We're above gamma flip right now, and we're bullish above 43.75. Trading 55 cents right now. On 435C, watching some squeezing taking place right now in SPY, baby. Trading 62 cents, 61 cents. Selling 435C right now. Selling 435C. Got a sell order in.
CNN, the U.S. House will not vote on electing Speaker this afternoon.
Fuck yeah. Woo-hoo. Oh, hold on here. Hold on 1 second here. Sorry about that. Trying to fuck around with calls here. Spooze squeezing. Target upside target 435.50. Breaking above the 30-minute trigger. Half-hour trigger trying to close this gap to the upside right here. You can see the two targets right here. One right here. And another one down below right here. I should have stayed in those fucking calls. Maybe they'll pull back so I can do a buy-in over here. Let's see. Hopefully I can get a dip buy down here and take that one right there. Should have stayed in those goddamn calls. They're trading 80 fucking cents right now. Now I'm fucking pissy. Now I'm pissy. Spoo's just ripping faces off right now to the upside. Let me jump on another one here. Come on, pull back just a minute. Give me just a tiny pullback here. Let me get back on the gravy train back down here. Come on down here and give me some gravy train. Nice reversal on SPY. It's a family show. I should have fucking stayed in those calls and I didn't, so whatever. I'll take it. Pull back a little bit for me, please. Give me a little bit more buy-in here. I fucking sold 62 and it went up to like 89 or something. Come on, baby, just give me a little bit. Give me like right down here. Give me just come right. Where is that? 434.69. So, like, let me buy this right here. Let me buy that one right there. Oh yeah, come on back down. Come on back down. Come on back down. Come on back down. Come on down, hot and saucy. A little bit more. Pounded a little bit more to the downside. We got 435s at 53 cents, 54 cents. See if we can get that touch on that 1 minute trigger there. 53, 52. I guess I'm showing this green box, but I really mean this one right here. I guess it could just be that whole green box right there. Come on back down, Spy. Easy, Spoos, easy. You know, I'll just say fuck it here. Hold on. Long 436 C's. So I'm long here in 436C. Could see a little bit more weakness down here. So I'm long 436C here. I'm like, we'll go cheaper. See if we need to add any more here. Adding another 50 at 18. Not to 100. Big bounce on HYG. Dixie with a roll in the 1 minute, but still holding on the 5 minute. NASDAQ looking for a confirmation reversal to the upside. Apple testing its 27 EMA in a 1 minute chart. The VIX rolling down right now, has a bear cross on it from above on the 1 minute on VIX. Tesla holding itself up right now. I'm sitting in 436 C's for the end of the day here. See if we can catch a bounce here to the upside.
NYMEX diesel November futures settle at
It is the gray love bar, isn't it?
a gallon. NYMEX gasoline November futures
It
settle
is
at
that gray love bar. I don't want to
$3.21 a
get
gallon.
caught underneath it though. I'm like
NYMEX
afraid
natural
of
gas November futures settle at $3.37.
like all this garbage in here is all kind of like shit, dog shit or whatever. Give me a little bit of a good entry price down here. Fucking 435s were like 89, 90 cents.
At $83.49 a barrel. That's
came down to the just pushing under 50 cents down here.
8%.
You get rid of this so it's not in your way.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Do I ever use trailing stops? Yeah, I used to. I used to use more. Matter of fact, yesterday I fucked up. I kind of fucked up in a big way. I meant going into yesterday. Hang tight 1 second here. Give me 1 quick second. kind of fucked up yesterday. I wanted to, when I closed out some call spreads yesterday. Now, I didn't use trailing stops on those call spreads, and I fucked up yesterday in a big way. I closed my spreads, and I wanted to leave the sold calls on, and I didn't. So I made a big mistake yesterday. That's going to cost me down the road, likely. So, not cost me, but I could have made more money. And I just closed it all out. So I'm kind of pissed at myself for that. And because those things were until December, I should have left the sold calls on and then waited for some weakness. If we sold 444 and went down to the depths of hell, I would have made a bunch of money. I didn't do that. Right now, I'm hand stopping. I'm hand stopping by hand, and sometimes I'll put limits on my downside exposure. I'm not doing it like I used to do. I'm like falling on the wayside right now. I'm not happy with my performance on setting stops or managing stops. Past month or so, 2 months, I haven't been happy with them. So yeah, I normally I do. My trading has been all over the place right now. Nice bounce right here on SPY. We'll see if they can grind higher. Take out some of this supply to the upside here. Let's look for some supply up top. I don't know, man. You see that supply down low? That's just calling. It's begging to go down. Let's look at this right here. There's big. All these yellow bars down here aren't looking good for me. I'd like to see some more supply open to the upside. I'm not seeing it, so we'll see. I'll stay here and see what's going on. Yeah, congrats to you too, Flama. Congrats to you and your promotion and your increase in pay, man. I think that's the future right now, brother, is more money. And if you're young, if I was young right now, for where we are in the debt cycle, I would be reaching way higher than what you are likely qualified to take for a professional position. I'd be reaching for the stars. AJ Mina, what's up, brother? Your trading has sucked. I've lost all confidence in myself. I've not set stops. Lost my butt this week. Really dumb. I can be guilty of that. You guys see me on the stream. You guys know that I'm not one of those guys that comes out afterwards and says, "Yeah, this is fucking awesome. I made all this money." You guys see me lose money here on stream, so I've been there. And my trading right now has become it's became sloppy the past few months. And it needs to improve. I'll say that. My trading needs to improve. And a lot of it is not what I'm seeing, it's my own mind. It's all on me. Like this thing will tell me don't be long anymore, and I still am, and I'm like, what am I doing? I should just cut this shit loose. There's an aspect to, like, you can take small paper cuts like 3 cents, 5 cents, shit like that, 10 cents, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, then have one banger, and it just puts you back green again. So I should be making these cuts, and I'm not. I'm guilty of that. Specifically right now, I'm guilty of that shit. So, and I shouldn't be guilty of that shit, but I am. I get these things in my brain where I'm like, I'm right and the system is wrong, and I get caught in it. Oh, yeah, I revenge trade. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm aware of it, 100% aware of it. I get angry. Not only do I get angry, then I get revengeful. Like someone just said, you do revenge trade sometimes, and I will. I'll be like, fuck you, I'm throwing fucking $5,000 to go fuck yourself. Like to the fucking call gods or the put gods or whatever it is. And I will do that. I get angry. I'm very highly competitive individual. Been like that since I was a kid. Highly competitive. Don't want to lose. Don't ever want to lose. And will fucking fight tooth and nail until I'm right. Yeah, my year's been good. I've had a great year. It's not where it should be, though. My anticipation on this year, my expectation for this year specifically was to transition at the end of this year, maybe springtime, transition into like, I don't know, owning some SPUs, owning some like I don't want to talk about it, but you know, basically owning the market, selling puts against the market, that kind of stuff, and like transitioning into like long-term holding, still trade options and stuff, but start like shifting money, looking for a fucking huge bottom to buy next year. Now I got fucking Jerome telling me he's gonna stay higher until like 2024, and I'm fucking pissed. Like, I want to be done. Like, I want to not done, but like the chase that's always there, that you're always chasing. I want to be done with that shit. I want to like throw a fucking spread on, come back in a few months. I want to buy a bunch of shit that just pays me. I'm looking for that next level, and I'm not fucking there. And this year won't put me there right now, so I'm kind of angry. Kind of disappointed in myself. I was thinking about that the other day. Probably 100 fights. I was like, did I overstate myself on that? I don't think I have. Those fights aren't all like in bars and shit. A whole bunch of them are training. A whole bunch of them are in the army kind of stuff that you do. Might be more than 100. But it's not like street fighting, 100 street fights or anything like that. But like sanction fights, you know, that kind of stuff too are mixed in that 100 number. No joy so far. Down to 16 cents. Down a couple pennies on my calls right now. Just gonna leave them on, see what happens. Also gonna roll to the downside. Parked on that gamma flip right now. You missed it. I just did one. Did one live on stream. Posted it on Twitter. I don't know how clear I could be. Just traded $90,000 and made a giant fucking trade. So I just took one of those MBI trades a week ago, last week at some point. So made it public. So if you guys are ever trying to follow along on the MBI trades, I did it on stream. Told you guys on Twitter. I don't know where else to. What else? I could go to a rooftop and scream it. Yeah, did one this week, Ultimateo, and one. Oh, and someone asked yesterday on Twitter about it, so I'm going to address it right now. So, when I take call spreads, when I take on call spreads, and I closed those yesterday on stream, so you guys, or no, on Twitter I closed them. So, but then I came on stream and told you guys, so you guys know at this point. So, spreads are weird. Like, spreads are a weird thing. Like, someone asked me on stream yesterday, why didn't you hold your call spreads into December or maybe until we get to 450 or something like that? So, depending upon how I structure a spread, I can usually expect to make, well, the baseline is I expect to make, this is hard to explain, 30 to 50% of the trade. Now, that 30 to 50% of the trade could be 3 times, 2 times, 1 time the cost that I put into the trade. So the trade could cost me, ready, $1 and pay me $1. So I pay $1. It gives me back $2. It gives me a dollar for the initial dollar I paid and then the extra dollar, right? So that's a 100% trade, right? So if I put $1 in and it tells me I can make $2, the dollar to pay me back and the dollar that I make, and I exit at 30 to 50% of that trade, what do I make? I make 30 cents to 50 cents, right? If I place a trade that is $1 in and $3 out, and I hold it to 30% of the trade, I actually make but I make like $1, right? Instead of the 30 cents. Does that make sense? So instead of the 30 cents on the dollar, I'm making $1, $1. So I'm mixing words up here. So if I place a trade for $1 and I get out at 30%, I'm going to make 30 cents, right? If I place a trade for $1 for $3 and I get out at 30%, I'm going to make $1 instead of that 30 cents, right? Now, how these trades are structured, there's a high probability if I'm right in this specific trade, if I'm right in my calculations, right, I will likely make 30. Let's say it was for $1. I would likely make 30% of that trade to 50% of that trade in the beginning of the life of that trade. I won't make the rest of that money until the end of the trade. Every once in a while, I may make all the money, most of it early. That would mean that we hit like 450 in the next 2 or 3 weeks, beginning of the trade being placed, 2, 3, 4 weeks. That's not bad. That's good. But it's rare. It's an outlier. It's not the usual. Usually I'll make 30 to 50%. The second half of that 30 to 50% at the end of the life of the trade. Now, the outliers would be I make the full 90% of the trade at some point in the beginning of the trade, or we reverse and go to the downside, and then I make the full trade back at the end of the life of the trade. So that would mean that an outlier would be I go straight to like 90%, we rocket to the moon, or we reverse, go down, and I hold the trade, and I'm losing the trade, and it swoops up at the end of the life of the trade because I date them on at the end of quarters. I date them at the end of months, month end, and the quarter end, and they'll swoop up at the last moment and print. That's why oftentimes you hear me talk about parking the bus, and they'll park the market where they print all these spreads that these banks have. Up or down, doesn't matter. So this trade specifically, the question comes to me as, do I take the money and run right now, or do I leave the trade on to hopefully print the upside target or the full print of that trade? So for me personally, I look at it like this. If I have to wait to get the 70 to 90, 80, 90%, if I have to wait for that trade into December, or even weeks or whatever, I can probably make more trades again that'll pay more than waiting that time period. So in that time frame from opening the trade until the end of the life of the trade, the expiration of those calls or puts or whatever the fuck you own or selling, not just owning, but buying and selling, whatever that trade is made up of, if I don't have to wait that full length of time, if I get a pretty decent payout right here, I can likely trade that same trade or a similar trade 2 or 3 times and maximize my profits. So this is more a function of time. So I took the money yesterday, and now I'm looking to place another one of those trades right now. I'm looking to trade for that 444, place another trade, and maximize that the money. So what am I looking for to place that second trade between now and December? I'm looking for a confirmation on the daily trigger from price, right? We're getting it right now, so I'm looking to enter another call spread in probably 440, 450, and try to run that shit up one more time, and then exit at 444 and sit on my hands again. So I can take that trade twice in a relatively short period of time and make a lot of money. I don't know if I'm mixing up my words and how I'm wording. I have a lot of mumbo jumbo in trying to express this. I feel like I'm overcomplicating or saying too many things or overcomplicating how you trade these spreads. And what I should have done, I'm going to tell you what I should have done yesterday. I should have cut the fucking, I should have, the bot calls, I should have fucking sold those, taken the money. I should have left the sold calls on there. And then I should have fucking looked for another entry in a call spread today, tomorrow, something like that. Even right now is a good place to enter a call spread because we're above, right now currently we're sitting above the gamma flip. And of course, I'm degen trading zero dates, trying to make some money right now instead of fucking placing a call spread here, which I should place a call spread right now, and I haven't. Trading 23 right now on 436s, looking to hit the market hard and heavy. Yeah, there's a bunch of theta left in that. And that's the other side. I should have mentioned that. So you make most of that. You make most of your money on the backside of that trade, on that call spread, in theta, in time decay. If price doesn't scream higher, like if price was to go like moonshot and like next week we're at like 450, 460, 470, the theta wouldn't matter. But the theta does matter over time. So I'd make most of them, like if we like slowly ground up to 450 into the end of the quarter, the theta would kick in at some point and start paying me massive amounts of money. All right, it did make sense to you. Okay. You know what would have been a good thing? You know what would have been a good thing to do? A good thing to do would have been to have, we should have done is we should have bought a one call spread down at 418. We should have bought one December 29th call spread and just leave it up on the live stream so that you can see the mechanics of how it goes up and down. You can see when you're getting paid or when you're not. So you always want to be selling on a rip higher. You always want, and how the theta works itself out. Like, and I would recommend this too. If you don't trade spreads and you're interested in it, forget paper trading. Just buy one, like 3 month out, I don't know, call or put spread, and just watch the actual mechanics out as it unfolds over time. Like, where do you exit time-wise? When do you exit? Even if you're in the money, when do you exit? The time decay mechanics over time. And then actually, if we held that one call spread right until December 29th, to see the implications as we approach the end of quarter, like right to like 3:59 p.m. on December 29th, just hold that one fucking spread so you can see the mechanics of it in real time, I guess. Yeah, like not just those markers, but like how does delta impact? How does theta impact? How does price impact? How does does it scream up? But my most famous trade not famous, but for me famous, is an Amazon trade that I made. And I got fucking hammered on it. Fucking hammered. It went to like fucking zero. It wasn't zero, but it was worth like $200 or something. I think it placed it for $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 somewhere in there. And it went to like $200. And the last day, I mean, it came up heading into the last day of expiration, but at the last day of expiration at the end of the month,
they're settling at $85.82 a barrel, down $1.83 or 2.09%.
as it came down into the it started like this. It's like I took on a quarterly trade on Amazon, right? And I started right here, and I was like, that's cheap. I'm like, that's super cheap. And Amazon proceeded to fucking blast the depths of hell. And this is like the expiration at the end of the quarter. And it went to like $200. It was like, let's just pretend it was 5K. I don't remember if it was 5 or 8, but it went down to like $200. And then like right into the end of the quarter, it just went whoop, whoop. And then right in expiration day, I was at like 90%, or this is wrong here because it was like 5K and then it went to like 9,000 or something like that. I guess it would be higher, but you get the idea, right? It was like a 5K, and then it just started ripping up into expiration day, and I ended up selling on expiration day, like right on expiration day, and I made almost the full trade. Like I think I took 90% from the theta burn and from the price going up and all that kind of stuff. So I guess my point here is, if you're ever upside down in a spread, fucking diamond hand that shit right. Well, not always, but if you're like down to like $200, just hold that shit to expiry. Just don't fucking sell it. Don't hold it past expiry. But definitely fucking hold that shit to like the last goddamn minute. Especially on like end of month, end of quarter, big expiration days. Yeah. Trading 23 cents right now on 0-8 calls, degenning it up on a Wednesday. Market grinding higher right now. Yeah, we got CPI tomorrow. Yeah, it's hard to explain like the mechanics, and the cool part about trading spreads too is if you don't understand the actual, like if you're like, I read all the thick books and I watched all the videos and I still don't understand it, or I paper traded it then and still don't understand the mechanics of it, just go out there and fucking buy something, sell something, buy something, and for like 3 months and just own it the entire time and watch the ups and downs of those spreads. And it's actually more helpful if they go against you. My view is that they actually help. Well, I could be wrong there too, because if they go with you, you might not know to sell anyways. So if you're like 90 or 100% of the trade, I've been there too. I've forgotten to take trades off. I've done that shit. I've put trades on that they've gone to their max profit and I still didn't close them. I forgot. Like I've forgotten to close trades. I've done that shit too. Well, I got stories of stupid stories of being stupid. I like diagonals too. I like diagonals. I'm a fan of diagonals. I've done all kinds of stupid shit. What else? Two other famous trades I made. I made a big trade on Apple and a big trade on Tesla once. Actually did really well. I did, but I didn't do as good as I could have done. So I took a trade on Apple once, and a big trade, giant fucking trade on their earnings. And I was up like 30%, 40% leading in, like weeks and weeks into earnings. So I was up like 30, 40%. The fucking trade went red. Started bleeding pretty heavily. A lot of money. It was like there was a lot of money in that trade. Started bleeding, and I was like, why didn't I just take the money and run? I was like, I'm upside down now. Might as well stay in it. This was not spreads. This was just raw dogging calls on Apple. We went negative. I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna stay in. I like got trapped and locked into those calls into their ER. So I was like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna hold them into ER. So I held into ER. And that was the Apple split. And I held through the ER. I not woke up, but the day of the ER report and the announcement of the split, I panicked and didn't know what to do. Woke up that morning. I ended up selling for a bunch of it for like 300 to 500%. Panic sold. I left some on. That trade came back to zero, like zero. Then shot up 5, 6, 700%. I took the money and ran, and now I was completely out. And that was within like a day after the ER announcement, 1 or 2 sessions. Had I held all those fucking calls for like the next week or two, I would have made $1 million, about $1 million. Would have made about $1 million in that trade, and I should have stayed in it. And I had different people I trust that were helping me to manage the trade. And I took the middle of the road answer. I had some people saying exit and take the money and run. I had people I trusted that said stay in the trade, or as someone mentioned earlier in the chat here, like take some off, leave some on, let them run hot and wild. I didn't quite do that. And I should have just fucking let those things run. I should have just like held them for like a week or two. And I didn't. I ended up exiting. I made a lot of money, but I made like $150,000 or $200,000 or something insane on that trade. But it could have been $1 million fucking dollars. It could have made a fucking goddamn so much goddamn money. That's all hindsight 2020 trading right there, guaranteed. That's what it was. I gave a lot of that money back too. So that trade specifically, and another trade I took, I gave a lot of that back on a thought we were going to crash. So I loaded up a bunch of puts and gave a lot of that shit back. So that doesn't matter. DTM is saying about December 29th calls at 4:20ish. Was wondering the same thing when do I unload them? I would be unloading at that 444. Like that 444ish, 440. I might even unload at 440. That's like the safe place to unload. 440, 444 would be the high target. Maybe 450 would be the next extension up. But right, I'd start like weaning it off at 440. Leave some runners for 444, and then maybe leave just a few little runts for just in case we go to 450. That'd be my answer to that. I held calls into the close. I was smoked on, ended up ripping in the close, made 70K, assumed they expired in the money and had zero in the morning because they're at OTM at the close. Yeah, I had a trade recently where, I don't know, remember, this was recently too. I had a trade where I think I bought at like 16. They went to like 60 or 70 cents. I should have taken the money and run, didn't. This was into the bell. They came back down to 27 cents, I think. And I left them on into expiry. And between 4:15 and 6 p.m., they assigned me. They went to zero. After 4:15, they went to fucking zero. I had to call my broker and get the money. And it wasn't part of a spread strategy. So I was like, fuck you. I was like, give me my fucking money. So they did. They gave me money. So I was stoked. Yeah, I ripped up a desk once. Broke down a desk. I've done that. I've gone outside and cut wood. I've done that before. I used to have wood stoves. I don't have them anymore, but I used to have wood stoves. So I go outside and just chop wood. I don't have the ability to do either of those anymore. Most made on a single trade. Best trade I've ever made. I bought best trade in my career. Hands down. I thought I was going to get a knock on my door. For about 3 months, I was afraid I was going to get a knock on the door from the SEC or FINRA. I was watching CNBC, and CNBC had thought A reporter thought that, coming back up and test this first point of resistance up here, if you're in 0-day calls, this is probably not a bad place to take some money off right here because we're likely going to zigzag the whole way up. I'm still long calls right here. I'm not selling them. I want to get that R2 to the upside. Best trade ever made. I was watching CNBC. A reporter thought that the hosts at the station desk knew that TikTok was in negotiations with Microsoft. So the reporter was there, like there was like the correspondent, and he's like, ever since the talk of the deal going through between Microsoft and TikTok, and I had Microsoft open on my desk. The option chain for Microsoft open. It was already open. I was already thinking about taking a trade on Microsoft, and the price of Microsoft was not good. The 0-day complex was terrible, and the host of CNBC was like, no, it's not public information yet. Just like that. No. It's like the cat was out of the bag, live TV, and I slammed the 0-day call button for like $5,000 or something, $6,000. Like just slammed buy 0 dates. And that trade went to its peak, I think $160,000 or $190,000. I was trying to sell that 160, and it kept going up, and I was trying to get out of the position, and I couldn't close. They wouldn't accept the close. It's a true story. It's a true fucking story. So I'm trying to slam the sell button, right? And I couldn't get a close on the trade. And I'm assuming that there was someone in the background, there was a broker that was like, fuck this guy. My broker, a broker, knew how much money I had just ripped. And Microsoft went straight fucking north. And I was at the bottom on 0 dates, 30 delta 0 dates. And they just started fucking ramming. And so let's say I was trying to sell 160 and they were then going to 190. They wouldn't accept it. So I started lowering my ask, and I was asking for 130,000, 120,000. And it's rocketing up same time, and then it turned around and started coming back down. And I think I closed 120K. They finally accepted my bid to get out. That's the first and only time I've ever been in a trade where they were like, fuck you, asshole, no. Or I think the broker or somebody was like, if you go a little bit lower, I have some room where I can make what I need to make, and I can dump these calls on somebody else. There was something at play in the background where they were like, fuck you, no. First time I ever had to lower my ask so low to get a fill. And it was really panicky. It was really crazy. I think I still have screenshots of the trade. I think to this day I've kept those screenshots. I could dig them out and try to find them. I think I have a record of that trade. I think I even printed off or saved the actual structure of the trade as I bought into it and as I exited it. I think I have it, so I'll look for it. It's like $5,000 into 200K in about, you ready for this? About a half an hour. 5,000 to about 190,000, 160,000, about a half an hour. That's a real fucking trade. And I still think I have the data from that trade. That's a true story. I'm reading DTM what you're saying. Whatever happened to that? So we just did one of those trades this week. So Richard Romero just asked, whatever happened to the 1,000 to 100,000? I just placed one of those this past week. Within 5 sessions ago, I traded that. So I did trade that, make that trade this past week. went public about it. Everybody heard it. Everybody knows about it. You had prime opportunity to enter it. As a matter of fact, if you look at that trade when I placed it, do you guys want to read the responses? They might have deleted at this point their responses to that trade, but I have a record on my not DMs, but notifications. Even though people deleted their comments on that trade, I have a lot of deleted comments on that trade today. The day that I made that trade, though, I think I had 30 or 40 people say, "Are you fucking out of your mind?" On that trade, which, yeah, makes sense. SPOO's just parked right now. 14 cents on 436, still holding those calls. They keep grinding me on these calls to the downside. I've been up 2 or 3 times on these calls. I'm going to hold these things into the end of the day, see if they run it up. I'm not selling them, trying to do the degen trade. They've been up and down, up and down, up and down at this point. Dealers don't want to pay. Yeah, that was a wild story. And you know what was most wild about it is that my wife didn't believe me. I had to show her that trade. She didn't believe that trade at all. She was like, "You're lying to me." And I'm like, "No, let's go look at it right now." So we looked at it together. I was able to pull down like the files on it. Like you can like actually ask for you can actually contact your broker, and they'll send you the details of your trading. And then you print it all out and go through it all and dissect it. What if we close on the DT tomorrow, get CPI pinned tomorrow? I'm not focused on that right now. If you scale out from a 1 or 5 minute chart, we're consolidating for a move higher. So I'd be betting on that. Like pick a poison for a low to buy and move on from there. Yeah. She didn't believe me. We spent a bunch of it too. I went on a bunch of vacations and stuff. That money is not as much money as you think it is. If some of you guys out there think that's a lot of money, it's not. You make that money and you spend it. You're like, what do you want to do? You want to go to vacation? Like, you want to go blow some money? And you'll end up blowing a bunch of it. Well, that's not mine. I already drank all that. That's the rest of the coffee that I got left over. Well, that's one thing. So someone said, "I'll take luck over being right any day of the week." Goat Boy's saying that right now. You know, there's a truth to that. If you're an account builder, this is not financial advice. I'm going to state this right now. This is not financial advice. But I understand someone trying to build an account. There are methods for someone to build an account. Some are more riskier than others. I understand people out there that work a job. Like, I go to a job, I work all week long, pay all my bills. I've got $500 or $1,000 or $2,000 left over, and I'm either going to save that or just let it ride once a week. I understand that, because even if you blow that 500 up or that $1,000 up, you're likely at some point going to get a ringer, and you're going to come out with like 25,000, 20 grand. 50K, something like that, on a ringer. You might just be grinding over the course of weeks to make that trade where it's pure luck. The one fault to that trade would be afterwards that you stay using that thesis or that trading program. So if you like working a job and you finally hit it big on luck, what do you do then? Like, using that same trading strategy is not going to work, like, more than likely. So once you do finally make that, you probably need about 50 or 60K to get out from underneath the I forget what they call that shit anymore. Like the 3 strikes they give you. The hand slapping that they give you. No, I'm still on calls here. If we roll here, we roll, but I'm doing the Mexican standoff with these fucking dealers. These dealers suck balls, man. Yeah, your PDT. You need to get out from underneath the PDT. I have a whole thought process on PDTs, too. PDTs, to me, are... they're for cause, but they also teach you bad habits. They keep you in trades you shouldn't be in. The PDT rules are good and bad. They're meant to take all your money. I'm not a fan of PDT. I get the idea behind the PDT. The idea behind the PDT is that you're supposed to only enter trades that are high probability winners. So I get why they have the rule. But at the same time, let's say you have a high probability winner and it goes against you, which it can, your psychology, because of the PDT, makes you stay in the trade. Does that make sense? Where you should be cutting. So there's like a face reason why PDT is good for you. It teaches you how to take only high probability trades, but at the same token, because you're in PDT, you're like, oh, I'm not going to exit this trade because if I enter another one, I'm going to lose my privilege to trade. So I feel like it's a double, it's not entendre, but it's like a double-edged sword.
Putin introduces mandatory FX sales for 6 months for companies, according to media, and Putin's degree on mandatory FX sales will affect companies exporting fuel,
do you guys understand
energy,
what I'm saying?
metallurgy, and the chemical industry.
So, you should also learn how to cut a trade that has an 80% probability of going your way. It reinforces you to, the PDT rule reinforces you to stay in that trade even if it becomes a loser. That is bad. That creates a trading habits or patterns where you're like, this trade should still work for me. I'm going to stay in it. If it goes against you, you should cut that shit and reposition with a new thesis. So, yeah, I get a cash account, and I hold cash accounts. I've got cash, and that's another thing. I only use excuse me here. Cash account is great for zero date trading. Way better than a margin account. Like, if you use margin, you should be using it on spreads. But I would never. I have in the past bought underlying stock on margin. I'll never do it again. Ever. Margin's bad, man. You shouldn't be trading with margin. Unless it's like spreads and shit. But other than that, I'm not a fan of margin. Not even buying the underlying. Yeah. Well, here's another thing here, too, is there's a whole other aspect to this, which is on the same topic. Fermi's pair of socks says most of the rules around investing seem designed to punish retail anyways. Abso-fucking-lutely. Look at investing in private equity. Abso-fucking-lutely. They get in way before you do. So that's too risky, but lotto tickets are fine. There's some other offshoots of this. There was a leak. I'm not going to say who. Allegedly, there was a leak of a famous short seller that came out a few years ago. They were leaking the text messages and email streams on one of these short sellers, and publicly they look like they're rocket scientists, and they explain this stuff to you like rocket scientists, but then in the background they were just buying fucking puts. They're buying 0-date fucking puts. So to think that hedge funds don't do that is a fucking false. To think that short sellers don't maximize their gains by running with 0-date calls or puts is false. And another thing that happens is they'll say that dealers don't get involved in SPY complex or funds don't get involved in SPY. That's all false too. Like the rise of retail 0-day traders is bullshit. That shit all comes from high frequency trading firms, not from retailers. You're not calling. I see some of these puts and calls come into the market, and I'm like, on SPY specifically, and I'm like, there's no retailer calling up their broker and saying, can I get a 360,000 0-day SPY puts in the money right now today? That shit ain't happening. That's a goddamn HFT. That's what that is. It's not you and I. Come on, baby. What are we doing here? Stop trying to burn all the fucking options. I see the option burn right now. I'm fucking pissed here. So these stay on to the bell. So I'm at 9 cents right now and a bunch of calls. I got a 100 pack of calls. They're cheap, but 100 pack of calls are going to stay on to the bell. So they stay on until fucking 4 p.m. Too low right now, so they just stay on. I'm going to start to think about a call spread for 440. So I'm going to look at some call spreads right now. We're going to start talking about them. Hold on a second here. They're going to grind this shit down. Give me a second here. I'm going to set up a call spread. See if we can build something up here for a trade in the future. And I'll chart it out for you. What you're looking for here. One quick second. Just log in down here. What's going on here? Why am I not able to get into my account right now? I'm being locked out of my account. Can't log in right now. Did I get the boot? Nope, I'm in now. Let's take a look at SPOOs. Bullish. Let's talk about SPOOs here. So let's look at go to a trigger screen here. Go to a 30-minute chart. So just delete all this crap here. Move 9 drawings. You got a almost near perfect setup here. You can't get too much better than this. Can't get too much better than that. This is what you're looking for. So if you're a bull, this setup here is amazing. Now, can price come down and fuck you up? Sure. If you get like a bad CPI, right? This is one of the benefits of a call spread. So let's talk about time, and then this is November right here. Okay, it's November 1 right here. So let's just talk about time with a call spread here. So let's say you're wrong. Let's say we buy a call spread right now, okay? Say we enter call spreads here, right? And one of the benefits of call spreads is if you were to just buy naked calls, it's not really naked calls, but if you bought calls, if you owned calls, there's no such thing as naked calls, I don't think. So if you bought calls here and the trade goes against you, you're going to see calls get repriced and you're going to lose your trade, right? Or it's not going to be as maximized. If you bought a call spread and it goes against you, you've already predetermined, I want to enter here to make X amount of dollars here. If we roll over and then up, it stays the same. You don't make anything more. You don't make anything less. It's the same the same price that you negotiated here is the same price you can expect if we go up here. Does that make sense? So that's one of the benefits of a spread is if you get some volatility or anything like that, you're still in the good and you can stay right there. Let's look at that right there. So your best trade here, your best call spread trade is likely something like this. You see that? So you don't want to be buying that. You don't want to be buying that. You want to be buying this, and you want to be buying this right here. And you're a little antsy right now. You're like, hey, Cap, we might just start squeezing up here and then come back down, right? Hey, Cap, we have bad CPI, and it rolled down, and then we come up there and trade that, right? So you want to expose yourself to the possibility of going up here, and you want to protect yourself in case there is a roll, and then we go up there. So this is kind of your target, isn't it? This right here is kind of your target that you're looking for the next call spread, and you're looking to go early on it, right? You're saying to me, Cap, we likely don't roll down. We're likely just going to go straight there, but I'm aware of the risk to the downside move in SPY. So let's look at that. So we've got we got a target up here of at least that right there. That's 443.22. 443.22. If you get an extension to the upside, you could be looking for this one right here and this one right here. That's 451.33, 449.10, 443.22. And you're going to consider to yourself how long it could take to get there. So if you get rid of this one here and you say to yourself, I don't know when we're going up here, Cap, but let's pretend I put the call spread on and we went down. We have our first target here, right? Come back down, recheck that one. Then we do that one. Then we do that one right there. Something like this, right? And we're parked right here right now. So you take an in-the-money call spread, and you can, on your own, decide how you want to get paid. You can do a call spread that starts right here and ends right here, right? And you can look at it from the perspective of if we roll down and consolidate and then come up, if we bloodbath down and then try to get back up here in the end of the quarter. Or you're a little bit more aggressive and you're like, oh, you know what, Cap, we're going to go up here, smash back down, get back above that, and then start getting these new highs up here. Maybe you want more ability to go higher. So what I would say if you're going to be conservative is you look for something that's a little bit more in the money, something that's more, like something that's more like here and here. So that's 443 and 435. So let's look at that spread and see what it says. Let's put a December 29th on it and see what it's saying here. So I'm on 439. I'm on 1229 call spreads. December 29th call spreads. It's a bullish trade. I'm going to make it simple. Debit call spreads. So I'm using theta and not direction for the most of my money. Credit put spread would be, let's do a debit call spread. Make it really simple. Nice and simple. We're going to edit this out, and we're going to look for 443 in the upside. Save that strike. We're going to go 435. And it doesn't pay that well. It pays okay. It pays the risk is $474. The payout is $326. So let's take a look at, let's see if we can do this out right here. Get rid of that. And I can not tell you, but I can show you that from right where we are, as long as we trade this, right here by December 29th, I can spend $474 to pay $326. Now I get my $474 back Okay? Some of you might not know that. I get my 474 back, but I make it on top of that, I make an extra 326. And all I have to do is get to somewhere in this range right here to make any kind of money. Okay? So I can make some of that 326 in here. Like I start making that money here, like $1, $20, $100, $200, $300, 326 if we get up here at any point. Now, if we break above this right now and start heading higher, I'm going to max out that call spread. I'll hit that 326, and I'm not going to make any extra money if we keep going higher, or am I? Just get the 326, and that's it. So if that's not a lot of money, right? 326. What benefits a spread higher? It's more risk. So if I was to change this to this, let's find out what this pays right here. Right? So we're not there yet. This right here is actually going to pay me a ton more because I'm not in the money yet. There's no expectation. There's no dealer premium in there, and there's nobody buying calls yet. They're gonna give me a boost if we break above this here, right? Come on, baby, come on back and make me some money. So we're gonna look at what that trade would do. So let's look at let's do 440 to 451 and see what that says. Hold on here. I'm going to edit this. I'm going to do 440. Put a little bit of risk on. Right, a little bit of fucking risk on. And I'm going to go to 451. Oh, shit, I fucked up the last one because I said 456. God damn it. It pays even less. I got the math wrong on that. God damn it. Hold on a second here. I had that set to 456 already, so. What did I say? 435 to 443. Let me redo this one because I fucked this up. I almost placed the wrong trade there. 443. Save the strike. Continue. It's 476. 476 now to pay 324. So there's already $2 gain on this right now. So I did have that right. Hold on, let me redo this one. So I had that right. 452. Save that strike. So 435 to 435 to 452. Is going to 435 to 452. Gives me almost 100% trade. It's still not good. I'm not happy with this yet either. So this is 887. Let me see if I can draw this in as yellow. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. Does that make sense? Now we can go up, straight up. We can go straight up here and start to sell, right? And I would start making money on this one right here. I would actually make money on both. But I have to be aware of where this roll likely is. If I wanted to take this yellow trade, I'm more than likely, my expectations would be that we roll up here, come back down, and then do this right here. Right? So I have to make a decision in here. I have to make a decision in here if I have to make a decision on this call spread. If I'm going to want to take the money and run or stay in for the length of the trade to get up there. Does that make sense? I don't know if this is making sense. If this is making sense or not making sense in the stream, let me know. And this is for, I guess I should change these out. Maybe this should be white and that should be yellow. And there should be another box drawn in here with some overlap. It's something like this. And this should be yellow. So let's start with yellow, right? So on yellow, hold on a second here. So on yellow, if we go up here, right, I can take the money and run, can't I? Or I stay in the trade, and then I eventually get that part of the trade, right? Makes sense? Yellow. Also on yellow, we can blast down here. Whoop. And as long as we come back up and at least hit right here somewhere, I'll make some money by December 29th. If I take the white trade, right? Boom. I made my money. I'm out. Woohoo. Yeah, I'm out of here. Thank God. Made my money. I'm out of here. Other part, though, that the white trade could do would be bloodbath down, and I only need to get up here by December 29th. Does that make sense? And boom, I'm making money again. So you see the stark difference in where you, like, if you're in the yellow trade, you have an opportunity to take some money and run, or you let it run out until the December 29th and make the full capture, or you be more conservative and take the white trade and you're in it for the 100% trade here, or you're going to be in it for the end of the quarter for the 100% trade right there. A little bit more safe in this one, right? A little bit more safer with this white trade right here, but the payout's not as good. Let's see if I can get rid of that. Trading 13 cents right now in calls into the close. 3:34 in the afternoon. I'm going to give you guys an expectation for the rest of the week here. I'm going to delete all this stuff here. So I did read off two call spreads for you. This is a great setup, by the way. If you're a bull, this is the setup you want, right? Price came back down, found a bottom. Price showed you we were going to get above the hourly or the weekly and the daily trigger. Hourly trigger not quite there yet, but it is beginning to cross. Let's look at SPY right now on a 1-minute trigger. And you're always looking for these setups. You got the crossing of the hourly trigger above the daily. You have the test of the hourly trigger on the daily. You have price squeezing higher right now. I've told you in the past that I always prefer, instead of the squeeze, I always like the bounce, consolidate, 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 and then the ripper as the hourly trigger comes up to meet. So this all looks good. Everything looks like it's positive for bulls where they are right now. This looks great. It looks great. Can we blast down due to weak CPI? Possible. Do we have risk from Israel and Hamas? Fuck yeah. So hedge appropriately. Also, just have a general awareness. If we place a call spread and we start rejecting underneath this weekly trigger and the daily rolls down, the hourly rolls down, get one more squeeze up to go down, exit appropriately that call spread. Leave your sold calls on the call spread and get rid of the bot calls up in here. Right? So that's the key point here is now you're in management mode if you place the call spread. Or do you want to stay in that call spread? If you're like, just fuck it. I lost it. I'm just going to stay in until we come back into the end of the quarter to the upside. Dude, I hate these fucking dealers can suck my balls, man. These dealers can lick my fucking nuts. I'm serious. Is any of this helping you out there? Did any of that explanation help? I need to stop spending all my money before 10 a.m. All the good moves happen after 10 a.m. Does that explain it all for you? The thesis here behind placing that trade. Yeah, so the thesis at least works for you. So probably the safest. Now might be like, I only make $380, Cap. It's not a ton of money. I want you to think about how many cumulative 10 trades that you take. I want to ask you this out there. I want you to look back at your last 10 trades. I want you to cumulatively say, hey, I'm up 40%. I'm up 30, 40% on my last 10 trades. Now, I'm not asking you, the guy that knows what they're doing out there, so I don't want to hear you in the fucking chat. But if you're a new trader or a losing trader, I want you to tell me, did you make 30 to 40% your last 10 trades? If the answer is no, if the answer is fuck you, no, right? And you're the guy making fun of the 380 on 900, I got a story for you. I bet if you stopped trading and you just waited for these type of trades, you would have a much higher win percentage rather than trading zero dates in a stream or any of that kind of stuff. And this is specifically how I make my money. Like, this is the way for an oversold bounces. This is the way that I fund myself. This is the way that I'm always green, is when we get into that really oversold territory. Oh, yeah, boy, start squeezing. Start squeezing, Spoos. Spoos trading 435.75 right now. I am green, baby. Woo! Not a lot of green. But I am green. Spoos squeezing into the bell right now. If you are buying yourselves some call spreads right now, if you are placing those trades right now, congratulations, you are green. Trading 28 right now, selling here. No. I haven't sold yet. I fucked it up, so I'm still long. Hold on.
6 million to the buy side.
All right, I'm out. Flat. Okay, I'm out. I'm ticking around on stream right now, showing off. Fucking showboating on stream. Don't want to be showboating on stream. Look at that squeeze on SPY. Will this be cut and repackaged? Binky might be here and be able to do that, but Binky may not be here today. I'll let him know. Binky had I don't know how much I can say, but Binky had a tragic loss in his family of musicians this week. Binky had a really tragic loss this week, so he may or may not be here in stream right now. So I've been leaving him alone, trying to give him some privacy. But I will say something to Binky at some point and see if he can pull that out. Did any of you buy call spreads? That's my question. Oh, Sam, you'll chop it up for me? Yeah, Sam has experience too. I still haven't hooked you guys. I got to hook you guys up, by the way. I got to hook you and Binky up so that he can shift into that content maker role and get him out of the editing role.
The UN Security Council
I gotta hook you guys
on
up as a matter
Friday
of
to
fact.
discuss Israel-Gaza conflict, according to diplomats.
Yeah, I'm out of degen trades right now. I could have made 50%, but I was over here bullshitting and showboating, so I'm out now. I'm flat. I'm good. Yeah. If you know Binky, he's going through
sponsored by
a loss in his family.
Free daily
I don't know how much I should say about this, but there was
signing up at tothetick.com.
A friend was in a motorcycle accident, and he made it and then didn't make it. Someone else that's going through some real tragedy right now is Joe Donut. Joe Donut, if you guys have or haven't seen him, he had a very close friend pass away this past week, unexpectedly, very unexpectedly. Had a massive heart attack and did not make it. Was a family man, young married man with kids, and they didn't make it. So they both are going through some real tragedy this week. Yeah, so you got Binky is down and Joe Donut is down this week. Creepy crawly up the Wally right now into some supply to the upside. Yeah, both of those guys are Binky and Joe Donut do a ton of shit in the background. A ton of stuff you guys don't see. Those guys are constantly working in the background to make sure that we're doing what we do here. So if you do see Binky out in the wild, or if you see Joe Donut out in the wild, try to be patient with those guys. That they're going through their own stuff right now. So we can put this up here so you can see that. Maybe you can see it right there. Maybe that helps. It's coming into some resistance on the upside right now. You want to be taking money as you come into that resistance into the close. We're trading 436.07. I'm going to give you guys a quick update for what to expect the rest of the week. There isn't much left here for the rest of the week. Rest of the week's almost over. So what are the key takeaways from today? We had a conversation this morning that's important. Okay? Listen to me closely when I talk to you guys out there, okay? We have the weekly trigger down below here, okay? Price is now above the hourly and the daily trigger, okay? We're making our way higher. Higher, 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 higher. A key takeaway from the conversation this morning is what? It is that it is going to take time for the Hamas-Israeli situation, war, whatever you want to call it, the Hamas-Israel war to unfold. So listen closely. These conversations we have a lot to do with stuff that has not happened yet.
Sitting at 17 million to the sell side.
We've just encountered a gamma flip that's positive to the upside, okay? So we are positive. Congratulations, bulls. We are above the hourly trigger and the daily trigger. Congratulations, bulls. You've successfully at this point defended the hourly trigger. Congratulations, bulls. What are the upside targets for bulls? We've got 2 more days left. And what else do you know about tomorrow? You know that we've got some CPI news coming out. Even if we have bearish CPI news, you're likely going to be given some kind of an opportunity to buy the dip and head us higher, okay? So you should be positioning yourself for more upside to come, even on negative news. What are the targets to the upside, you may be asking next? Let's give them. So currently, bulls are in control of the market. They have successfully retested their hourly and daily trigger. You're going to give the bulls some chance here to target R3 at 441.68 to 443.19 on SPY. Okay, so the onus right now is on the bulls. Price and action is in the bulls' court to make an attempt and a run up to that 444 by Friday, and if not by Monday or Tuesday of next week, possibly even Wednesday. If you get the pull down on bad news, come up here and tag this 443. So 443 at the latest, Wednesday of next week. Friday is most definitely a possibility between now and Friday. I would put some more time on that thesis, though, into next week. Do bulls have a chance to go even higher? Yes, they do. So on an hourly chart, you can see the big trend shift here. I want you to see it back here. This is back on, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4 sessions ago. You have the hourly cross for trend for SPOOs. And then the 4-hour trend on SPOOs. You got the cross coming into play with a successful defense right back in here. This was that, remember that 8:30 in the morning when I said to you, we got the bounce in pre-market? That's completely fucking crazy town bullish. And we went up and I closed a bunch of spreads back here yesterday. So you're looking for your next leg to the upside. So everything is completely bullish right now. You've got this tag above here. So what are we looking for bulls here? We're looking for the target to the upside of 441.68, 443.19. And then you're going to be looking for the target to the downside, right, to hold the hourly trigger and begin a run higher. So right here into next week, closing that gap to the upside into next week and possibly the week after. Closing that one up right there. 451.07. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sessions, maybe longer. See if we can make it a little bit longer here. Maybe next 10 sessions, 451.70. I'm going to show you what you don't want to see, and that is going to be the blast off up here and then the firm rejection and get underneath here to the downside. So if you're a seller, you're looking to sell this 444, take your money and run after the daily trigger over here. Take your money and run, and then look for the rejection to enter another short to the downside. So for right now, bulls showing the upside target up here. Onus is in the bulls' court from now into Friday, and maybe you could be granted some kind of a squeeze and higher now. Coming back to retest this prior high, we're getting it right now as we speak, and then we get this prior one back here. We're trying to attack next. So, and let me show you one more thing here. On a smaller time frame, you might see the rejection up here, then the bounce. That's your CPI bullshit, and then a continuation to the upside right there. Does that help any of you out there?
Market on close imbalance currently sitting at 1.7
Yeah, I
billion
agree.
to the buy
Thoughts and
side,
prayers
just
to
waiting
Joe
for the
Donut
final orders before we
and
call it.
Binky. Price squeezing
Market on
higher right
close
now.
imbalance 1.7 billion to the buy side.
Yeah, one of the crazy things is I think Binky's friend, I'm like, yeah, motorcycle. I used to own a motorcycle. There's some inherent fucking danger in that stuff. The other guy though, woof. The other guy, he was I'm not gonna, some of this stuff I'm not gonna say, but this other guy, he didn't even see it coming, man. He had I'm not gonna. I'll leave that to Joe to say how he was found, all that kind of stuff. But that's not my fucking parade. But that other guy was completely unexpected. Just hanging out on a Sunday afternoon. He wasn't doing any kind of like clearing snow or mowing the lawn or working on the gutters or fixing a broken something that somebody broke or whatever. Let's leave that up over here for you. So when you unexpectedly die like that, oof, that has to be. Like, can you imagine being a young guy, you got a wife, kids, or you're a young woman, you got a husband and a bunch of kids, and the biggest fear you have at 40 or 50 years old is, I don't know, what are we doing tomorrow? What are we eating for dinner? Are we gonna be at our trip on time? Are we gonna, I don't know, we're gonna see the kids off today, and then boom, your whole world is just gone. All your hopes, dreams, plans. That's how. I guess it begs the question of, if you have loved ones, mother, father, brother, sister, friend, coworker, it's a good lesson for you to know that at the blink of an eye you could be gone, or your loved one could be gone, and to never ever, whenever you like leave a friend or a family member, always tell them you love them. You know, never try not to leave on really like not saying goodbye to people, or not saying you love them, or expressing your love for the people in your life. Even if you're fighting, even if you're not in a good place with someone in your life, it's always good to say, I want you to know that even though we don't get along right now, that I love you. I care for you. You matter to me. Those things really do matter in life. If you lose somebody that's that close over something fucking trivial, it'll shatter your whole existence that you didn't get to tell that person that you love them. Well, maybe we end it with that today, with that hope, and that hope that You don't leave your, especially people that you care about. Can I go over Bitcoin really quick? Yes, absolutely. Let's go over BTC, baby. Mr. Singh, let's do it. Trigger screen. BTC. You want the BTC to the dollar? Do you have it? We have one drawing. Not many. BTC to the dollar. I always love doing this shit because we come back and look at them. Give me a second here. We'll look at it on a higher time frame first. So let's see what we can glean here. You're not out of the woods yet on Bitcoin. You're not out of the woods yet. There's an argument to be made. Let me check this one. Hold on here. It's a mixed bag on Bitcoin right now. Okay, so Bitcoin on the 30-minute and daily chart, I'm going to show you what it's saying. Bitcoin is saying, yes, you can go up here, but it's warning of more downside to come. So this is my fear for the market here. Yeah, there's a so what I'm going to tell you about Bitcoin here is, Mr. Singh, what I'm going to tell you about Bitcoin here is this. There's a good chance of you squeezing up and trading 27,100 flat. You're going to get some volatility in between 27,100 and 26,92.2. You likely have another move, though, coming to the upside to 27,808. I'm going to say something to you, though, man. Bitcoin is showing the real risk and potential from the war in Gaza and Israel. You are not out of the woods yet, and you are below monthly trigger. So there's an acknowledgement in Bitcoin that you could be sold to the depths of hell. So be hyper careful here. I'm going to say something else to you here, okay? If you think it's going to get bullish, you're likely still going to reject that monthly trigger and consolidate before a move higher. So if you go up here and you reject until the crisis is over, that wouldn't surprise me. And I would not get bullish on Bitcoin until you're above this level right here and consolidating. So you need to not only see this, but you want to see that. And you can begin to get bullish on Bitcoin only after you get above this monthly trigger and you get the weekly, monthly, and daily working for you here. You need to get that working for you, and you need to get this working for you. There is an acknowledgement here. Mr. Singh, I'm bullish. I'm bullish on Bitcoin with knowledge that there is real risk to the downside. It's basically telling you you're not out of the woods yet. You want some upside targets, brother? 2694.47 or 2694.7.55 and 27092. Wait a minute, a little bit lower than that. 27043. And some volatility in here, like straight volatility and then move higher. Should have stayed in those goddamn calls. They're trading 39 cents right now. Fuck me, dude. 39 cents on those calls, those SPY calls. I exited way too early. Way too early. Way too early. Spoos, if you are a bear, I'm going to tell you something. If you're a bear, okay, you have a confirmed bull cross here. See this right here? I want you to get out of the way if you're a bull. Do you see the bull plane right here? There's a bull plane on SPY right now. You can see it's written right there, so be very careful. This has nothing to do with this. So be very careful if you're a bear. You have a bull plane combined with long on SPY. I would get out of the fucking way if you're a bear. Get out of the fucking way if you're a bear, I'm telling you. That bull plane, man, is bad as a motherfucker. Like, if we're a week into tomorrow and that bull plane stays in effect, expect every dip to be bought on SPY. So, and right now, expect every dip on that hourly trigger to get bought. I'm a mountain bike rider. I rode motorcycles when I was young. I stopped riding a motorcycle because of the danger that it presented. But I stayed mountain biking. That is hell. Mountain biking's dangerous as fuck too. Like downhilling, even with pads and helmets and shit, is still hella dangerous. Looking for a gap up tomorrow, baby. Trading 436.53. All bullish developments. All bullish here into the close. 436 is trading currently into this bell 50 cents. They were down to 14 and 17 cents earlier. I should have rode those fuckers right into the bell. If you are in those, sell them now because sell them on the bell, dude. Sell them on the bell. I already had 0 dates. I had 0 dates already. I already rode 0 dates up. I'm looking for another dip buy tomorrow. Tomorrow. Fuck yeah, bro. Bruce Almighty. I'm looking for another dip buy tomorrow, brother. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, I haven't ranted on that stuff recently, have I? So I haven't ranted on that in a while, have I, Permabill? Okay, so it's 4 p.m. I will see you guys tomorrow. The expectation is an upside move to 444, and then a rejection, or 441 to 444, and then a rejection to the downside, looking for the hourly trigger and daily trigger to then propel us higher to 450. Until we get them rolled to the downside, bulls are in control. You guys have any questions for me before I leave? Mr. Singh, did I answer your question on Bitcoin? Did I answer your question? Everybody got everything they need? You guys are talking about the Sunday Never Ends, talking about the Ponzi scheme of crypto Ponzi scheme. Oh, dude, I love the enchilada down the Burro Pass. Yeah. Yeah, I've ridden. What's the nasty one down in Moab? There's one really nasty one that I rode down in Moab. It's called that's not the Kokopelli Trail, is it? No, it's Spider something Spider. So some trail called Spider something. I think I can't remember. That thing was scary as fuck. Have you guys ridden the it's something Spider Trail? I was on like a fucking single track downhill, straight down side of a fucking cliff. Like tight ass loop-de-loops and like straight vertical down. Poison Spider. Well, that shit is dangerous as fuck. Poison Spider, dude. That goddamn trail scared the fuck out of me. Portal is worse? God damn. Does anybody out there know what we're talking about? These trails that we're talking about are some of the... They would scare you walking down them. Yeah, dude. Oh, so I know Portal. I've been on Portal. I know the sign. I know that little fucking sign that says you will die if you continue on from here. I've been on Portal then. I've been on Portal. Portal goes down to those little fucking boulder, little doop-doop turnaround shit, right? I've been on Portal. I've been on Portal. I've actually been on. I know that sign. I know that sign. I remember that sign. So Portal is hella dangerous too. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow at try to be here at 9:30, but I have a lot of shit going on right now in the background. Haven't been able to be here every day in the morning. I'm gonna attempt to. If anything I need to see, or I'll post on Twitter. If there's anything that I need to see here, I'll keep you updated on Twitter. So follow me on Twitter, CaptainJimJames. If I'm not here at exactly 9:30 in the morning, I've got a bunch of stuff going on in the background that I got to deal with. But otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow, baby, in the morning. See if the Bulls win. Thank whoever's posted that I donate button on Twitch. I appreciate it. Whatever moderator posted that, I thank you. Yeah, I'll see all of you guys tomorrow on stream. We'll see if we get the squeeze higher. If there's any bad news in the morning, I'll try to post something about it. But otherwise, you're going up. If you're a bull, congratulations. Yeah, and thoughts and prayers, and please keep Binky in your mind, and the person that Binky lost and his family, and keep Joe Donut in your mind, and also keep James Rowland and his wife in your minds as well. A lot of shit going on in the background right now. So keep all three of those people, their family, their close friends and family in your mind as well in the next coming days. You want access to the beta? That is happening very soon. So give me some time here, and I will get you guys some access. I'll talk to you guys soon. Show up tomorrow. We're going to be opening that